Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right. What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. Willkommen. Hey, I'm Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. It's a Thursday already. Can't tell if the week's gone by quickly or slowly.
The answer is yes.
It's a good answer. Hey, say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Crip hugs.
Mary Santora is here as well.
What up?
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
And we would love to have you along if you'd like to join us. There's no shortage of ways you can do that. If you want to call and talk live, you can. It's 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. You can send me texts.
Wait, you're telling me that people can just use their telephone to call and talk to us?
Yeah.
How much does that cost?
Oh, my God. I mean, the words I used to use are toll-free, Bill.
Wow.
Toll-free. There are no tolls anymore, right? Toll-free.
We should charge for that. That's crazy.
I mean, if we're not charging for that amazing iHeartRadio app, I mean, why are we going to charge per phone call there?
All right, but we're making money off these texts, right?
No, those are free too.
Wow.
Somebody get that. God.
Okay, do
No, the
job.
texts
the
are
phone.
free as well. 35192, the number to text. You can listen on the aforementioned iHeartRadio app. You can drop messages there for us too. You can call the after hours line. And again, you email us, whatever. You know, we want to hear what's going on.
Smoke signals. We don't care.
By the way, the flag across the street. Look at
it.
Unfurled.
It's unfurled. It's still got a little tat going around at the bottom, a little tattered at the bottom. But it looks, it's unfurled, so that's nice.
I can't imagine they're going to drop any coin on a new Holiday Inn Express flag.
If it was the Holiday Inn, they would, but the Holiday Inn Express is a little chintzy.
And you know, I'm so stupid, by the way. I'm in here all the time, and I see all these amazing cars pull up across the street, right into the valet line. You know where I'm going with this.
I know exactly where you're going.
Where am I going with this?
You think, why are all these fancy cars pulling up to this Holiday Inn Express?
Yes.
When the fanciest restaurant in the city is literally next door.
I go, you moron, it's Marble Room.
Yes.
I'm like, there's a Bugatti out there and there's a Bentley. I go, no, you know, the commercials for Holiday Inn Express were, are you a doctor? No, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express, so I'm really smart, right? The ad campaign was that people were really, really smart because they stayed at a Holiday Inn Express. So I was like, well, that's how you end up saving your money so you can buy the Bugatti. But anybody who's driving a ride like that, they're not pinching their pennies.
No.
So, yeah, I'm like, you dummy. You
it's
stupid,
the same valet
stupid
line.
dummy. Huh?
It's the same valet line. It's just some of them are going to the Holiday Inn Express, and some of them are going to Marble
Room right next door.
Hey, Alan.
Yeah, boy, did I feel stupid over that. Nevertheless, the flag, and now I have to think, given the outsized influence of this show in the greater Cleveland area, that somebody over there had to have heard us mentioning the flag, how it was wrapped around the pole, how it was tattered. Now, obviously not going to replace the flag per se, but it is now flowing freely across the street from us here at
Hey, and the wind
668
listens
Euclid.
to the show, and they did it.
I mean, it is windier today, but there it is. Alan, thanks to Brian for Dying Wish. Effing good, and it scared my coworkers, so that was a win-win.
Oh, boy.
Yesterday on the show, right. Mary said she hadn't smoked in quite a while, and she's been sad for quite a while. Maybe she should start smoking, and then she won't need therapy anymore. Any thoughts along those lines?
I mean, maybe. Who knows? We watched the rest of that Oxy
Smoke
thing
weed
yesterday.
every day.
I thought it was a show.
Show.
Is
It
it a
is.
movie? Yeah. You watched the
Well,
rest
it's like
of.
6 or 7 episodes.
You didn't watch all of them.
We had 2 episodes left.
You watched 4 hours of Painkiller.
Well, no, last night we watched 2 hours of Painkiller.
Wow.
But they're good.
Are
And
they half an hour?
no, they're an hour.
Do they
I
come
thought you
with
said
painkillers?
I thought you said there's 6 episodes.
And we only had 2 left.
So you've watched 4 hours of Painkiller.
Oh, yes. I thought you meant yesterday.
No.
Altogether, we've watched like 6 hours, yes.
Right.
Yesterday, we watched 2.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
But
guys
me and
both on
Brian-
oxys right now? This is so
I know.
easy to figure out.
Well, that's what Brian and I were sitting there. We're like, should we start doing drugs? And I was like, probably not.
That's
We're probably
how
not good.
I watched that.
That was the message you took from that.
Yeah, we were
Should
watching.
we start doing? You know, they've
Should we do, like, illegal pills or
they've
what?
really romanticized it here.
Look at all these broken families. You don't want to be one of them?
Oh, come on.
I watched that American Gladiators documentary, and it shows them doing steroids, and I'm like, you know what? It's time. I'm gonna do some steroids.
start doing
And then
some
like
steroids.
15 minutes later, they're like, and this is how the steroids destroyed their lives and their health. And I was like, I'm glad I waited.
Yeah.
That was a great
You gotta see
documentary,
it
by the
through,
way.
you
It
know?
was.
I
It's
didn't
really
know.
good.
Gwen was watching it. I don't know American Gladiators. I mean, I was familiar with it, but I never watched it. And she, I guess, her brother watched it or something. And so we sat down and this is a couple months ago or whenever it was, binged that American Gladiators documentary. It was so
great.
good.
It was great, and I loved that show growing up. We weren't really a sports family growing up. Like my older brother ruled the TV on weekends because he was bigger than us, and so he didn't like sports. So when I was younger, we didn't really watch any sports, and that was the closest thing we watched to sports. And I was just like so excited for Saturday nights. I believe Friday night or Saturday night is when it was on. I think it's Friday night, and it'd be like TGIF, and then we watch American Gladiators, and it was so much fun.
I was reading this morning about something that is making its way through Europe. They're calling it poor man's cocaine. It's called Captagon.
Okay.
And it's like $3 a pill. Now,
Captagon? That sounds like a new COVID strain.
It really does. Maybe they go hand in hand. But, if you know your history, you know that methamphetamines and things like, gave it to the Nazis, gave it to the Japanese pilots. You think that kamikaze pilots were killing themselves for God and country? No, they were on meth. That's how they got them to do it. And so that kind of stuff, Captagon is called the drug of jihad. Flash forward to current day. How do you get guys to blow themselves up? You fill them full of meth.
Well,
Again,
that makes
it ain't
sense.
for God and country. So poor man's
I've
cocaine
heard
is what they're calling it.
Other reports, though, about meth.
Well, you've heard a lot. I don't know which reports you've heard. I mean, I've only heard one.
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
And that's the one I believe.
That's the one. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's all
Okay.
the one I need to hear.
Gotcha.
It sounds like it's coming straight from someone that uses meth and not from someone that just reports on meth.
Well, also, people who find themselves in the throes of an addiction like that, one of the things that they report is that they'll find themselves completely awash in pets that they can't take care of.
Broward Sheriff's deputies arrest a man who they say has more pussy than he can handle. I'm Kathleen Corsa with that story coming up on Channel 6 Action News.
See, that was a Florida tweaker who had all those cats.
Oh, I thought that was about a guy that had a really loud Honda Civic.
And the ladies love the car? Was
Yeah,
that the,
They're drawn to it.
It's got like
That
a spoiler.
rumbling-
It's lower.
The rumble goes straight between your legs.
They've stolen my H. That's how you know it's a Honda. By the way, why are Floridians not Floridans? We've got a lot of bureau chiefs down there. Why? We're Ohioans because we live in Ohio. I grew up in Illinois, where we're Illinoisans. I've lived in Pennsylvania, where you're a Pennsylvanian.
where
I've
the
lived in
annoyance
California,
comes from.
where you're a
So it
Californian.
doesn't sound as good. Floridans?
What?
Floridans?
But it's not Florida. That's not the state. I mean, Michiganders, yeah, that's a wild card. But why aren't they Floridans?
What's the Illinois one again? That one, I hated that.
Illinoisans.
No, they're not. They're Illini or something
Yeah.
stupid
Well,
like
that's
that.
that's the Native American tribe. But
Well,
people
no, I
from-
thought that was the mascot for the college.
for the University of Illinois, Urbana, yes, but that's just but that's not what people from Illinois are called.
What are they called?
Illinoisans.
No.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I grew up there, and
you
that's where
didn't.
we were. Well, anyway, the Illini are just the mascot and the Native American tribe that they
Illinoisans.
attached to.
Wow.
So
You know what it is for Indianans?
What?
Hoosiers. No, but they're Indianans. You know what I mean? Why are they Floridians? It's dumb, and there's probably no answer.
Iowans.
That struck me as odd.
Utahans? What's Utah?
Utahns.
Utahns?
Yeah. Utes. Yep. Alabamans. They're not Alabamians. I don't know. Whatever. Maybe our Floridans down who
Is
are
that the
listening.
only one that's like that?
I don't know because I can't recall all 50
Coloradans,
states.
Idahoans? What's Idaho?
Alabama's are
Idahoans.
No.
Roll Tiders.
Washingtonians?
Yes.
Washingtonians?
Yes.
What is Washington?
It's Washingtonians, and I know that because of the movie Black Sheep.
Washingtonian. That's kind of like Floridian.
Kind of. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, again, the number's 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to win your way to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000.
You'll be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Foo Fighters, Fall Out Boy,
Kelly Clarkson,
Kane Brown,
Lil Wayne,
important discussions about women's health. From personal to weird and humiliating, it's all fun.
Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Alan Cox Show reminds you, don't text and drive. Unless that text is, hey, Mom, who was the drummer for Supertramp? That can't wait.
100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can text if you like, 35192. People are asking me if people are from Maine or called. I think they're called Mainers. I should have asked Amber from Lewiston, Maine. Say again?
Maynards. They're Maynards.
Maynards. All right. Well, there's Carolinians. There's Hawaiians. But when Amber called us from Lewiston, Maine, perhaps I should have asked her then.
From Maine.
From Maine.
Born and raised.
Born and raised in Lewiston, Maine. And how's life? What do you do there in Lewiston, Maine?
Oh, I'm sitting right here, my coworker at St. Mary's Lewiston Medical Center. We're a phlebotomist. Hello.
Hi, I love it.
Phlebotomist?
Oh my God, I love a good Maine phlebotomist.
Wait, let's check the deep stuff. When's the last time you saw comedian Bob Marley live?
Comedian Bob Marley. Well, actually, it's been
Comedian Bob Marley.
She knew exactly. Yeah,
of course.
If she hadn't seen Bob Marley live, she's not from Maine.
He's the favorite son of the Pine Tree State.
Mm-hmm.
Alan, why are people from Canada Canadians? It's not Canada. Right. That's my question. Oh, what a wild, wild language we've got. All good. Hey, the Guardians, even though they only played 2 in Cincinnati, they split that series. They lose to the Reds last night, 7-2. They are back in town tonight. Weather permitting, it'll be the first of 4 against the Detroit Tigers. One of our bureau chiefs from Michigan came by the studio window today. Rob
Saw that on your story.
is a listener in Marshall, Michigan, and he and his wife were in town for the Tigers-Guardians game. And
pretty cool.
Took a little picture with him outside. Very nice dude. So, that is the first of 4 tonight. Guardians will stick around next week and host the Los Angeles Dodgers. 7:15 tonight is your first pitch. So 6:45 is when the pregame will get going with Hammy and Rosie and the whole hee-haw gang. We were talking yesterday about the woman who was suing Costco because she slipped on prosciutto. She went, prosciutto, and shot it across the floor and said that she lost some of her enjoyment for life. All the legalese that goes in, I assume, I've never been involved in litigation. And so, but when you get a lawyer involved, obviously they're going to fill it full of all kinds of flowery legalese, and that's their job. And so they're going to fill it full of phrases like lost their enjoyment for life. And we were talking about that story yesterday, mentioned that the woman had named her husband as a plaintiff because essentially his complaint was that her fractured ankle, that was what led her to not want to do anything with him anymore. It was tell you what, if the only thing between you and banging your spouse is a fractured ankle, you got bigger problems than slipping on some ham at Costco. But there's a public radio show in Boston because that's where this happened. It was a Costco in Boston. And the woman...
No, it was Italy.
That was the restaurant. It didn't happen in Italy.
No,
Italy.
Happened at an Italy restaurant.
Yeah,
not a Costco.
Not Costco.
Oh, I'm sorry. Italy restaurant. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We made a Costco because we don't have Italy's around
Right.
here.
I'm sorry.
No, because of free samples.
Yeah, that's right.
She was headed toward the free samples. And
She
then
was
we
headed
were
to the
talking
free
about
samples. Yes, I'm sorry. Because
Costco.
Italy is like part restaurant, part store, whatever. You're right.
What is the one in Chicago that's like that?
Italy.
No, it's
Doodly.
huge. It's like a giant store. They have everything. They have like furniture. They have groceries. They have wine and
IKEA.
food. Rogers? No. I thought it started with an R. It's like a guy's name.
Tony Chicago store?
Not a Kroger's, is it?
No.
No. Those are grocery stores. A guy's name. There was Marshall Field back in the day, but those are gone. That was like a high-end department store.
Oh, we have any Food Lions up here?
Maybe.
Food Lion. You really missed the Food Lions, Poundcake?
I only
They're in the Carolinas.
Yeah, I
That's
was
probably-
like,
You want a Publix
that's where I
too?
saw them.
Come on, that's the South.
Well, I just think it's a cool name, and they have a cool little logo.
I like HEB. Anytime we were
Giant Eagles.
Anytime we were in Austin, we go to HEB, and they have a really good mix of stuff. I don't know what they do differently, but
HEB is a good. It's a good one.
Those are good.
Yeah.
Howard E. Butt.
Yeah.
That was the guy who founded HEB, and so he just took his initials. I don't know what you're thinking of, Mary. I'm not sure.
I got drunk at a grocery store in Chicago once, and I'm trying to figure out.
Do you remember what part of town? There was Dominic's. That was the big grocery store chain. But you're talking about like a superstore?
Maybe they didn't have furniture.
Well, you were drunk,
Just fell asleep on someone's furniture.
There was like a whole
Your recollections are going to be spotty at best.
It was multiple levels, and there was a
That's
whole.
called IKEA.
It might have been the merchandise mark.
There was a whole wine section where they had like tables and chairs and
Binny's?
wine tasting event. What was it?
Binny's?
No,
That's
like
mostly
wine tasting events, but it was a grocery store.
Okay, they're Mariano's.
That's it. Mariano's.
That's what took
it.
over Dominic's. Yeah, I grew up with Dominic's,
Mariano's.
but Mariano's over the past 15 years has been.
I was like, yeah, it's like a guy's name. Yes,
But that's
now
just
I'm
a
looking at
grocery
pictures.
store.
Well, I got drunk there. This was a few years ago. It was
Were
like
drunk there, or
2017.
you
No,
got
I
drunk?
got drunk there. My friend and I went there to get groceries. I was staying with him for a week, and we went there to get groceries. And they were doing like this wine tasting event. It was like $20, and you got to sample all these wines.
When was this?
This was like 2017, I think. And my buddy was doing. I went to go see his like improv graduation show. And I did stand up while I was there, and we went to Second City or whatever. Anyway, we went to go buy. I was like, I'll buy you groceries if you let me stay with you for the week. So we went to go buy him groceries and ended up getting hammered at this wine tasting.
Yeah, because those are just grocery stores.
Well, they had wine tasting.
Yeah. They're owned by Kroger. I mean, they're, but they bought out the chain that I grew up with. However, I did drunk shop there one time. We were at a friend's house, a bunch of us having a party many, many years ago, and there was a Mariano's a couple of blocks from their house, and I drew the short straw and had to make a liquor run. And I was already like 3/4 of the way in the bag, and so the line was so long that I'm just standing there grabbing things in the impulse aisle. So I have like gum. I grabbed Gwen a copy of Shawshank Redemption on DVD.
Nice.
So I went in literally for like 2 bottles of things, and by the time I got up to the lady, my arms are just full of like impulse items because I was hammered, and I was by myself. I'm gonna go back to the party. Poundcake, are you going to Pentatonics tonight?
I am. I'm trying to save up my energy.
I was going to say that I didn't realize that show was tonight, and that I saw a blurb on it, and I remember you saying you were taking your mom.
Yeah, why? What was the blurb?
No, that they're in town. I didn't realize that show was tonight.
Yeah, I'm going tonight. And
That's at Blossom? You got a whole ass to Blossom?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Why aren't they doing Playhouse Square?
I don't know.
What is Pentatonics?
They're a cappella, right?
I think they were on like some competition show. It wasn't The Voice. But
I thought they blew up
America's
from
Got
Pitch
Talent.
Perfect or something.
America's Got Talent, I think.
I think they were on America's Got Talent around the time Pitch Perfect was out.
Okay.
So it
And
was
they-
just like the perfect storm of
Yeah, so they do like
acapella.
TikToks and
Ugh, I didn't think anybody could make Imagine Dragons worse, but they managed to do it.
And that's like my mom, again, just like she flocked to the TikTok monkey during COVID. She found these guys on TikTok, and that was like her escape for like 2020 to like just kind of decompress. And she watched all their videos, and I saw they had a Groupon concert. Well, I saw their concert on Groupon, and I was like, all right, I'll just buy the tickets. That'll be your Mother's Day present. So I can't not go. I already flaked with Derek Huff. I just want her to be prepared because my mom has not been to a concert in God knows how long, especially Blossom. She doesn't know that she's going to have to walk, and she's old. So I'm trying to prepare her. I'm like, it's crazy out there. And I don't know. I don't know if she's prepared to sit on the ground because it's just, I got them on Groupon, so they're cheap tickets.
But are they lawn seats?
Yes. I just want her to be prepared.
Unless they have the lawn open for Pentatonics.
Me too. I thought they would just have it at, maybe it was a routing thing or something, but I
don't
thought that was something they would have at Playhouse Square. Hey, listen, they've sold a lot of records, so it's not like they can't draw. I mean, I'd be curious to know how well they do draw, but I mean,
I'll let you know.
They got a hot chick in that band.
Yeah, I might have to leave a little early just because even though it's at 8, I don't know if my mom's going to be ready, and I have to drive all the way.
Oh, you got to go pick her up.
In Oberlin?
You know my mom does not drive highways, so yes, I have to do everything. It's going to
You
be
guys are
all
not going to
me.
make it.
So this is a real production. You are not going to make it.
How many openers do they have?
One.
Lauren Elena.
She's a country singer.
All right, sir.
Well, I don't care if it started. Like, I did my job. I bought the tickets, and I drove her. If she's late, that's on her, because I know how to get there. I've been there before, and maybe the traffic.
Does your mom live in Oberlin?
She lives in Lorraine.
Lorraine.
Well, that's not. I mean, that's not.
It's the exact
Lorraine to
opposite
Cuyahoga
direction.
Falls,
Yeah, no, I
It's
know.
an hour and 10 minutes, so it's going to be 45 minutes from here, then or a half hour from here to get her, then take her all the way down, and then take her back, and I have to work tomorrow. So I'm like, ugh, I'm going to be up till 2 fooling with her. Happy Mother's Day, Mom.
Right.
August.
Uh-huh. Well, you might get lucky. I mean, they might not. You might get there right as they're going on.
Well, that's
Are
fine.
you leaving early?
I'm glad my
You
mom
should
doesn't
leave
like
early.
music.
I said I'm probably going to leave a little early, but my mom worked last night, so she's probably asleep right now. So I'm going to call her, like, listen.
So you got to, let's game this out. You got to leave here and go to Lorraine.
Drive 40 minutes to Lorraine.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then drive
and
an
then
hour
drive
and 10
hour
minutes.
to Blossom.
Correct.
So
2
to
hours
get
right
there,
there.
wait a minute. The concert starts at 8 or they go on at 8?
No, the concert starts at
Yeah,
8.
so they
Okay,
probably
so
not
you've
gonna be
got till
until,
like
They'll
8:30
probably
or 8:45.
9 o'clock. Yeah, they'll
Yeah.
probably get there when they go on, and that's fine because she doesn't. Right, that means that's less time you're there.
Correct.
They'll do 90 minutes. You can split.
But with parking and everything, did you get like a parking pass or you got to park like Blossom
You
parking
got
and walk a
lawn
mile?
I got it on a Groupon.
So you got to walk a mile.
Correct.
He got it on the Groupon, so
Oh,
he has to.
I
He has to actually park at the Brecksville reservation
Yeah,
and walk
right.
to Blossom.
You should just walk from Lorraine, honestly.
I'm excited
The
for
Hinckley
tomorrow
Boathouse.
Yeah.
when he's got stories about his mom complaining about the walk or
not
him
that- I
complaining
mean-
about the walk. One of
He's
them's going to
fit
be
now.
really mad about it.
He's fit now. So
Yeah, but he still doesn't like to.
No, it's
do
not
that.
me. It's my mom. Because
You
I
heard
already know.
how he referred to his mother. She's old and doesn't like to walk.
She doesn't like to walk. Like
She's a nurse. She's walking all day long.
and she doesn't want to do it in her free time.
Free time.
Like,
When I'm not working, I want to sit.
I'm just trying to prepare her. Not that I'm going to leave her, but she's going to complain. You're walking, boy. You walking too fast. I'm like, I'm walking normal, and you want to see the show, don't you?
The things that you do for your mom.
Maybe we'll get her a scooter or something.
Are you going to get her any merch?
I ain't got
Will
money
you-
for that.
Oh, really?
I bought
You
the
buy her a
tickets.
Pentatonics T-shirt?
And he's not going to pay for parking.
I bought the tickets, and I'm not gonna pay for parking. How much is extra parking?
it's like $70.
Not absolutely not. We walk. At dawn, we walk. I don't
Bro,
care.
at dusk you walk.
I would put my mom on my back rather than pay $70 for parking. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We had months to prepare for this. I bought this back in when's Mother's Day?
May.
We had 2
And this
months.
is just. Did he say when's Mother's
And
Day?
he said 2 months.
3 months.
And this is all just because you whiffed on Derek Huff.
Absolutely.
So when this is over,
guilt still
you're
has me.
like,
Wait,
I'm done.
I thought Vegas was because you whiffed on Derek Huff.
She's been milking it. No.
Yeah,
the
it never goes
Jabbawockeez.
away. Yeah.
Jabberwockies was Derek Huff.
But she called an audible on Jabberwockies.
Well, we were supposed to go see Derek. Yeah, we were supposed to go see Derek Huff in Vegas, but it was also she was like, we haven't taken a family vacation, which she was right. We haven't taken a family vacation since like I was 17, and that was like to Myrtle Beach or whatever. So it's been a long time since we've gone someplace together. So I will.
By the
give her
way,
that.
it's supposed to rain most of tonight.
Ooh,
Like they're
get
touching,
canceled.
they're touch and go with the Guardians game.
Oh, well,
So you're gonna get your ass out there, and it's gonna start pouring.
Well, I didn't confirm. Like I bought my Groupon tickets, but I didn't like press the little thing where you can't get a refund yet. So let's see. Maybe
Well,
I
that
need
you
my
can rent a lawn chair, bring a blanket. I mean,
That's not going to keep out the rain.
does your mom have a handicap placard?
No, because she's not handicapped.
There's plenty of people who aren't handicapped who get those. They're like, oh, I used to work with a guy at PBS who had lost his pinky toe, and he got himself
Throws your balance off, man.
whatever.
Maybe
I
we'll-
mean, he could still walk. He looked fine. You never know it, but he got that handicap placard. He could park wherever he wanted.
Maybe we could borrow my brother's. Let me stop. I'll stop by his house on the way home.
You should.
Can I get your tag,
You
bro?
can park up front for free. I got completely sidetracked. The lady who slipped on the prosciutto, the
yeah.
prosciutto,
Yeah.
right? So there's a public radio, idea stream here in Cleveland. WGBH is the big public radio station.
What?
Huh?
Oh, GHB. Hold on.
You're thinking of GHB. That's right. WGBH is the big public radio and television powerhouse there in Boston. And an old Italian woman called in, all mad. She felt compelled to defend prosciutto's honor.
I love
She
it.
wanted, have you heard this? She wanted to let everyone know that lady filing that lawsuit was a piece of crap.
You are putting me over the edge today.
Why?
With this story of the prosciutto.
Yeah.
I'm almost 80 years old.
Yeah.
I eat prosciutto all the time. I have never slipped on a prosciutto.
Well,
There you go.
you'd be a great
You'd be a
witness for
good
the
witness.
defense.
Yeah. What do you make of this, Liliana? You think she's exaggerating and making this up?
Oh, please. First of all, prosciutto is a cured meat, and it does not have the greasy shine.
That's a very good point, actually.
That mortadella has.
Exactly.
Or Coca-Cola.
Very good point. Yeah, we got it.
Sorry. You serve it with the melon. You
Yeah.
don't have grease on the
No,
melon.
that's
you
true.
serve it with pigs, and you don't have that grease.
Now, Liliana,
So,
would you be willing to testify as an expert witness for the defense if you're called?
Absolutely.
I knew you would.
I cannot stand such stupid women that have no idea what Italian food is and Italian customs and all that. I just
Liliana, you're the best caller in like a month. You got to call us
Yeah.
again soon.
Stupid women. Now, that's a completely ridiculous thought process there, that the woman could, it's not a
not
greasy,
greasy.
cured meat, so there's no way she could have slipped on it, but it's not bone dry. Of course she could have slipped on it.
No,
A little
no.
piece of crudo on the floor, of
Who are you
course.
going to listen to, Alan Cox, or are you going to listen to the lady that knows her Italian meat?
Liliana.
Liliana.
Yeah, all right.
Who threw that ham at me? Who threw that ham at me? Hey, please, did anyone see? Who threw that ham at me?
That sounds like John Roberts doing Linda Belcher, but it's Fred Schneider from the B-52s. I love Who Threw That Ham at Me. Yeah. So anyway, that old lady called, "Ay, these are stupid women, stupido." Of course she could slip on prosciutto. Now, the question remains.
I want to see this episode of Mythbusters.
Yeah, right.
What meats can you slip on?
That's right. Hamon.
Chamon.
Chamon. Hamon. He was moonwalking all over that prosciutto.
Yeah.
Prosciutto melone.
That's how he was doing the moonwalk.
That's
he had
right.
prosciutto under his feet.
He put cured ham under his tap shoes, and then he was sliding all over the place. It's not greasy enough.
If it was salami, you couldn't argue that. Salami's greasy as hell, but that's what makes it so good.
Salami is greasy as hell?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Guess you're right.
I got a hot dog with bologna in my panties. Got a hot dog with bologna in my panties. Got a hot dog with bologna in my panties. Got a hot dog with bologna in my panties. Got a hot dog.
Okay. I got a break. You want to send a text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com if you prefer to watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WM.
So the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Before making a joke, say, uh-oh, here comes a little whoopsie from my giggle hole.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Poundcake, any idea who this band is? Guy singing's name is David Byrne.
Steely Dan.
Nope, not Steely Dan. Nope, they have a body part in their name.
Body part in their name.
Yeah.
Third Eye Blind.
Good guess, so good guess.
This band's called the Talking Heads.
Oh.
They got inducted
got
into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2002, and the four members have not been in the same room together ever since. David Byrne, by his own admission, as he's gotten a little bit older and a little bit wiser, referred to himself as a little tyrant because the Talking Heads were a big, big deal for a long time. But David Byrne was kind of running that band with an iron fist, and so there's a lot of acrimony when he left, and he was not the easiest person to get along with. But arguably one of the best concert films of all time was Stop Making Sense from the early 80s. Jonathan Demme directed it. And they're putting it back in theaters on September the 11th. They restored it in 4K. They're showing it around here. I think Crocker Park's going to show it. But the band is going to reunite. They're not going to perform, but it's going to be the first time that the four of them have been together since they got inducted into the Rock Hall 21 years ago. David Byrne has had a very successful solo career. We went to go see his American Utopia on Broadway last year, which was unbelievable. And everybody else has gone on to do their own things. Jerry Harrison has produced a lot of bands. He produced the live records. Just saw them at Buzzard Fest. Jerry Harrison, MIA. And Tina Weymouth, Chris Franz, they're married. They had the Tom Tom Club. Everybody's kind of done their own things. But Spike Lee is going to moderate a Q&A with the band at the Toronto International Film Festival. I would very much like to go to this, by the way.
And go.
I might. Well, it's a Monday night. It's in Toronto. I mean, it's a, you know.
What date?
September the 11th. Never forget.
Forget what?
Bill, see me after the show, eh?
I'll probably forget that too.
And so what they're going to do is they're going to live, no matter where you see the movie, they're going to live stream the Q&A, but it will originate from Toronto during the International Film Festival. So it's going to be the first time that the four of them have been together in 21 years. Mm-hmm. And so far, they've said that they're not going to perform. But I think it'll probably be a little bit of a different situation because David Byrne has kind of softened up over the years. He's kind of admits that the end of the band was not handled well. I think he emailed them that they were done or something or left a Post-it note. I don't know what it was. He just kind of, the other people kind of found out secondhand that Talking Heads was done. And then he went off to do his own thing. But, and again, not everybody's into the Talking Heads, but I think they're fantastic and big, big fan of theirs. Jerry Moss died, I saw. We were just talking about Herb Alpert a couple of days ago. And Jerry Moss was the M in A&M Records, Herb Alpert being the A. And this was a guy who was Herb Alpert, I don't think Jerry Moss was a musician. Herb Alpert was a musician, and the two of them got together. I guess they figured a creative guy and an executive guy together.
It's good combo.
Good combination. And
was down at the pool again today, getting more compliments from the old ladies in my building about my Herb Alpert radio station.
Now
they go, "Oh, this is my music," and I go, "I know what
you like
goes on in here."
Right. So you're setting yourself up for like a GILF situation down there at the pool
Not
at
at all.
Skyfall Tower. No?
Not that. I mean, I genuinely love the music, and I know it's not going to be offensive to anybody.
Mm-hmm. They'll enjoy it.
So
they'll
they'll
hear
enjoy it.
it.
It's good background music when you're doing some laps at the pool.
Mm-hmm.
Are you doing laps?
Yes. On weekdays, I'm doing laps. weekends
You said no, you're not.
is for drinking. But I still kind of do laps. But
Why don't you
yeah,
think he was doing laps, Mary?
she doesn't like me?
I don't like him.
But don't you want him to be his best self?
Of course she
Yes.
does not.
Oh.
Yeah, but
I
she,
mean, that's
no,
what
she
he's
wants-
trying to do, though.
You don't want me to be my best self. You want me to be your version of my best
Yeah,
self.
I want you to let me choose what your best self is.
And what is that? Where the two of you
She
differ?
wants me to have a wife?
I want to. He needs a wife.
No, he doesn't.
Yes,
he
he
had
does.
one.
I know, but that wasn't the
You've
right
never
one.
had a husband. You don't know.
He's never. I haven't had a husband because I haven't found the right one
and
yet.
you never had a wife.
And I've never had a wife. Again, haven't found the right one yet. I'm working on getting a wife.
Well, he clearly didn't find the right one either.
I'm saying.
It's not for everyone.
All right.
Okay?
It's definitely not for me.
It's not for Bill.
I don't see what would a wife benefit me.
Why do you want him to be something he's not?
I want him to be a lot of things he's not.
I know
Kind,
misery loves
I'm
company.
incredibly kind.
funny.
I'm very funny sometimes.
I don't know. Literate. Can you read? I don't think you can
It
read.
doesn't matter.
He's not a
if I can
paperwork
read.
guy, Mary. Hook it on Pahonix worked for him. So you want him to be a version of him that you recognize, not the one that he sees.
Listen, I know what he needs. And one day he's going to be like, you were right, Mary.
I should have had a wife this whole time.
Mm-hmm. You need someone to rub your back.
I
But a
got-
good wife, a good wife.
Well, I
who
certainly
stays
don't.
off your case and
I
stuff.
I certainly can't be the only one to be in the position to point out that perhaps you might not be the best arbiter of what he needs.
Listen, have you ever heard those who can't do teach? Ellen?
I have heard that.
So,
yes.
Is
while
this
my...
Well, how are you
This
teaching
isn't
him?
teaching.
While
This is
my...
You're berating him.
I'm not berating.
You're castigating him.
Well, my life, although my relationship is great, it's probably the only great thing that I have right now.
The one where you constantly belittle the man you
I don't
love.
belittle him. You know how many
He's
times...
not funny. I
don't
I hate
constantly
his
belittle him.
music.
You
No,
got
no, 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 no.
angry. You got
the way
angry.
he decorates his house is terrible.
You got angry at the mere implication that he might be funny.
I never got angry that he might be funny.
It really did
He
not
can
make
be
you
funny
happy.
sometimes.
Really did not make you happy.
No. We were talking about something where it was like, God, it was some kind of a stupid statistic where like the men in the relationships are the funny ones or something like that, or men aren't attracted to funny women or something. There was some dumb statistic that I was like, you're out of your mind if you find this true.
Yeah, but that's an average.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
you know, some people are way over here, some people are way over here. Most
All right,
people are in the
describe
middle.
the wife that you would want for me.
But you want to know number one? I bet you can already guess what number one is.
Huge boobs.
No. I mean, that's fine.
I mean, that's the wife I want for you if you're going to get married.
Age appropriate is my number one wife
Okay,
quality for Bill
you
Squire.
keep going
So
back to this age
overrated.
thing
So
when I
overrated.
really haven't dated that young.
And who cares? You like what you like.
My last
Right.
girlfriend was within 5 years of my age.
But that, I mean, I'm not going to put her business out there, but she had things
And it's
that
only
should have been a red flag from the beginning.
and it's
Well, yeah,
only
that's-
women who care about it, by the way, because
No.
they see it as a threat.
It's not, I could care less if Bill dates a 22-year-old.
It
He's
was
not
your-
going to be happy.
It was your number one thing. So
What I'm
clearly you
saying is it
couldn't. You
doesn't-
clearly you couldn't care less. You
It
care
doesn't
more.
affect me in the sense that you say it's threatening. I don't care if Bill has a 22-year-old girlfriend because she's hot or whatever. Cool. I think he needs someone age appropriate who is in a similar financial and career position that he is in. Bill has a tendency to date people in the service industry. While you have a very stable, very regimented life, that is not something that happens in the service industry. So if you can find you like 42, 43-year-old woman with a good career and her own money and maybe a car or a job in general, that would be a nice start.
Those women are much
She
more
hasn't
likely to
said
have kids
one
too.
thing about how big the boobs
She
are.
can have double Ds, whatever your boob size you prefer.
No, I'm not even.
Those age-appropriate
I
women are
don't-
much more likely to have children too, Mary.
Yeah, and I'm not doing step parenting.
he already
again.
did that.
I did that.
I see a guy who doesn't want to do what he did before,
Yeah.
Okay.
right?
You know
I
how.
want Bill to be stable and happy.
And
I
isn't
am
it more?
stable.
And isn't it
I'm
more?
stable.
Isn't it more important to be, how to put it, age appropriate, maybe mentally and philosophically?
No, that's what guys say so they can date 22-year-olds.
No,
She's
no,
like
no,
really
no,
mature
no.
for her
I'm not
age.
talking about
She's
that.
an
Okay,
old
listen. If
soul.
I
Not
meet,
talking about
if
that.
I
I'm
meet
talking-
a 25-year-old that likes Herb Alpert, I gotta scoop her up.
Yeah, is that what it is?
I don't mean the old soul crap. I mean somebody that you actually have things in common with and like.
Sure.
And again,
They don't have to be the same age as
They
you.
don't, but there's a much smaller chance that a 25-year-old is going to like the same things you like at 45.
When I first moved to
people
Michigan,
that like what I like don't, or like, nobody likes what I like.
That's what I'm saying. You gotta find a wife that does.
when I first moved to Michigan,
You don't like what Brian likes.
I was 25 years old. I dated somebody much older than me. And she was great. But it was not any better than the remainder of the people I dated who were considerably younger than me. It was no better, no worse. It was just different. And so, yeah, guys are like, she's an old soul. We know what you're saying. That's all nonsense, right? We get it. Just say, I like dating teenagers. I mean, everybody's going to raise their eyebrows at you, but just be honest about it.
Right.
That's not what I'm talking about.
And I would like to reiterate that my girlfriends are not teenagers.
Right.
And they're not in their early 20s.
Well, that's what I don't understand what her problem is. I mean, age appropriate does not mean the same age. Gwen's 10 years younger than me, and she's, we know a lot of the same stuff. It's not like I'm constantly explaining things to her. She's smarter than I am.
Okay.
So Bill's dating girls, 10 years behind you, right?
Some of them are.
Well, what's the problem with that?
Well, I mean, if you take the average age of let me do some quick math here.
You're not good at math.
I know how to do an average, though. I'm going to go 45.
Add, divide by
37.
however many.
30 and 27. Divided by 4.
Uh-huh.
Average age is 35 years old.
What's the matter with that?
No.
They're pushing 40.
All right.
Mm-hmm. And that's just in the past month.
So gross.
Why is that gross?
Because
You're 31?
33.
What's the problem?
There's no problem.
There is with you. You don't like the way he's going about things.
I want Bill
You
to
know,
be happy.
he has
happy.
said, does he sound like a guy who's unhappy?
I'm the happy one. You're the one that's having to put
Listen,
all your.
hey,
You seem to be
stuff
unhappy
on
with
of
what's
all-
making him happy.
First of all, relax. I am well documented as being a complete and utter train wreck of a human being. All right?
Right.
We know that.
Well,
I
if
am running
anything, I
on
should be
therapy
running-
and pills right now, okay?
If anything, I should be telling you how to live.
Yeah, what do I need? Tell me what I need, Bill.
First thing, let's get married.
Me and you? Oh my God, that would be the worst marriage ever.
Then we'll both be dead soon.
Yes.
And then we won't have anything to worry about.
Do I get half your money?
I don't think you think I think you think I have more money than I do.
I know you have more money than I do. So
Everybody
I
has
want
more
half
money
of.
than you do.
You said nobody has more money than I do?
I said everybody has more money than
yeah,
you do.
I know that. That's what I'm saying.
Not me.
Not Poundcake.
Not
no.
Poundcake.
Pancake and I are
Bill
pretty
already
close.
had a grandma girlfriend. We talked about it here on the
not a
show.
grandma.
Okay, not you. He had a grandma girlfriend.
It's just a roommate.
So,
That's one of my favorite things when I go out with someone new and be like kind of go through my timeline. And I lived with my friend's grandma for a couple of years, and then I got this place.
Yeah,
and they're like,
now I'm here.
What? And they're like, yeah, she lives upstairs.
you'll meet her.
Now it's nice when they already are familiar with the show, so they know what's going
Question
on there.
for you, Bill.
Uh,
Do all of your girlfriends have to get the grandma approval before?
Grandma doesn't like women.
No, grandma does not like any people that I date.
But is it because
grandma
you're
doesn't
dating
like
the wrong-
Mary. No. She
Grandma
just,
doesn't like
grandma like
women.
you know
can
who-
just
I didn't
you
know
can
if
blanket
you
it
know
with
grandma-
women.
I'll
Your
tell you
taste
who.
in women?
I'll tell you who grandma likes. The one that grandma wishes I had stayed with is you know better.
Oh, why does she like her?
She just thought she was so pretty and so nice.
And smart and
And she never said anything like that.
That's the nice one.
wow.
Right, yeah, she's really got a lid on straight.
Yeah. I think they just
nice and
relate to
tight.
each other. There's a similar level.
Because like my mom, the guys that I date, my mom is not a good. I'm not gonna say she's not a good judge of character, but her voice and her opinion doesn't mean as much as it used to because she likes all of the guys I bring home. She'll ask about like my exes and she'll be like, oh, well, such and such would be great at this, holiday, and then you could and how's this person doing and how have you checked in with the lawyer lately? Oh, you two look so cute together. I'm like, all right, well they were exes now. We're moving on. I don't want her to like ruin it for someone that I actually end up marrying.
She not got married. She not got ruin
And
it.
by the way, till death do us part is not the end game for everybody.
For most
If people want to keep dating and they go by the wayside and then you date somebody else, that's fine. What's the matter with that? That works for some people.
Mm-hmm.
Julie texted me, wants to know how big the boobs can be, Bill. She has 38H.
Oh my God.
That's
Does
a
she have
gal.
neck?
She's shopping at Torrid.
All right. You want to go on a boat next week?
She got built-in flotation devices.
Yeah, right. The big boobs. I mean, actually, most of my girlfriends have had smaller boobs, so the boobs is
you
really
like depression
not that.
skinny girls.
Oh my God.
Uh-huh. All right,
I'm
here's
not
one
wrong.
there.
That's the body type that Bill likes.
I'm getting a text from someone that I did date and said, "Grandma roommate was the hardest sell."
I bet.
But still got him over.
What's the matter if he likes depression skinny girls?
Nothing. I
All
told
right.
Cody that's just the body type he goes for.
You got to put
That's
up with the
about-
depression, but you get the skinny.
Correct.
I mean, you know.
It just happens to be the last few girlfriends.
It's the last couple. That's
Yeah.
like all of them.
Like 4.
So what?
Sorry.
What body type would you prefer he be on the
I
lookout
don't care
for?
what the body type is.
On the
That I could care less.
She's not worried about the body
So
type.
what do you care
She
about?
wants him. She wants
Because
me to
everything we're talking about, you keep saying I couldn't care less. So which do you care about with him?
I want Bill to have a person in his life that supports him and loves him and has a similar, not even similar interest, but a similar lifestyle. I feel like you have yet to date
But it
someone
doesn't sound like
who has
that's
a
what
similar
he
lifestyle
wants.
to you.
Well, my lifestyle is incredibly unique too.
Is it though?
Yes, because I mean, it's not like I'm just here.
Right, I understand that.
Like my weekends are normally taken up with stand up.
Mhm.
2 nights a week I'm hosting comedy shows. On Tuesdays I'm recording the podcast. So like I leave my house at noon and get home at 9 o'clock.
He's not a
Or
9 to 5
later.
dude.
Yeah. And so like I can't do any I can't go play volleyball with people. I can't do
You don't like
do
being
after
outside
work.
anyway.
But I'm saying like if trivia, whatever they
Yeah.
want to do during the week, I'm busy during all those times. So the reason I end
Okay.
up hanging out
Here's
with
what I want.
more bartenders
Because they have weird hours too.
Because they're weird hours.
Here's what I want, Bill.
That makes sense.
Okay.
I want to focus on your life so I can stop focusing on mine.
Now that sounds reasonable.
Does that sound fair?
Let's
So I
make
can-
a Tinder for me.
There we go. Give me a task to improve your life so I can stop worrying about mine.
Ooh, I got my shoot room. You can organize that. It's
can
going to
you
take
organize
you
a shoe room?
months.
No, it won't.
It
Baby, I
is.
got that meth. Don't worry about me.
It is out of control right now.
I think that you should, Mary,
Yes.
focus
Don't say it.
on your
Don't
life.
say it!
On your life. Why would you ever focus on someone else's life?
Oh, because it's easier.
Is it?
Yeah.
This sounds really hard, what you and Bill are talking about.
Girl with the
It
H's.
sounds unnecessarily complicated.
Bill at AlanCoxShow.com.
Even if you got them H-boobs, baby. Haboobs is
Some
what he might be looking at.
H-bombs.
Haboobs.
Give them-
H-bombs.
Give me them Oppenheimer bubbles.
Atomic.
Right. A violent and oppressive wind is blowing through those haboobs. All right, well, listen, we have solved nothing.
That's the point.
Oh.
Duh, Alan.
Okay, well, then you have succeeded
Thank you.
beyond your wildest aspirations.
Another Mary Santora life coach success
Uh-huh.
just happened in the last 20 minutes.
That's
You're welcome.
right. Make sure that you Venmo her for the half hour bill.
Give me
I will
$2,000.
Mhm.
You owe me $2,000 because I got you a lady with H boobs. That's all you wanted.
I haven't gotten anything yet.
I'm just saying.
No.
That's a prospect.
But I don't.
I got you a lead.
That was a text that Alan got.
I got a lead. I got a
And
lead on the H's.
You don't know how sales works.
Watch me.
Alan, how does Mary feel about 25-year-old women chasing 50-year-old dudes to be a sugar baby?
That's different. If that's like a setup that you guys have.
Because it's a transaction.
Right. If you are both on the same page that that's what this is. But if you're duping guys and you're making them think you actually love them to steal their money, that's not okay. Why are you
F
giggling?
Mary with her ageism.
Oh, is that some hot 20-year-old wants to get in
No,
your
it's
pants?
it's a guy that also prefers H boobs.
Let me take a break here. I'll have those Bad Religion tickets for you. Graffin and Gerwitz and the whole gang are coming back to perform. They're going to do a show out there at the Cleveland Masonic on October the 21st. So if you dig those guys, we'll hook it up coming back. 35192. Text for anything else in the break. If you want to watch live or hit us up, go to AlanCoxShow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Play for you at the Cleveland Masonic Temple Live. That's what they call it. You can go to MasonicCleveland.com. Not sure who's with them, but it's always good to see these guys live. Bad Religion is Saturday, October the 21st here in Cleveland. And if you're caller 10, this pair of tickets is for you. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Summertime means beers, barbecues, and fishing the occasional drunk friend out of the lake while he searches for his arm.
Hey, buddy, you find it?
This is the Alan Cox Show.
This one's going back a minute. 06, 07. I think this one was out. New Dark Ages from Bad Religion. I like those guys a lot. So I will have one more pair of tickets for you if you've been trying to get them off me tomorrow. About a half an hour from now, I will have more passes for you to join us next Saturday. It's 26. We've been talking about it for a while, but it's finally almost here. The return of the Alan Cox Show cruise. We're going out on the brand new Lady Caroline. And Captain Fun's Floating Fandango is going to set sail next Saturday afternoon. Brought to you by WMMS and Bud Light.
I'm very excited for this.
But you got to win your way on. I am too, boy. I cannot wait.
And we're about a little over a week out. So the requests are just flying
Fast and
in
furious.
for people just with all their and it's. I wish you could all come. I wish you could all come on the boat, but we only have so many tickets. And I have used up all the ones that I have allotted for me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I still have a lot allotted for me, but I'm not going to be using all of them. So I'm just going to pass them back to the promotions department.
Pass them over here.
You can't just have a boat party for Bill Squire.
Boy, she's really on a tear today, isn't she? She is really...
He doesn't get all the tickets.
No one said that he got all the tickets. And by the way, how are you not getting people on that you want on?
I'm not. I never said that.
Well, then what's the problem?
I'm just being annoying.
Yes, you are.
I want... if he is going to pass some tickets on to me, I have one friend that's also your friend that I would love to come with us.
Yeah, right.
Let me throw this at you, William.
Yeah.
Because it might solve your problem. Not that there's a problem. It might get Mary off your back. Talk about finding somebody of a like mind. You know, Herb Alpert is coming to Cleveland.
What?
Are you going to go see him?
I did not know he was still alive and touring.
Oh, yeah, he's touring. Herb Alpert is going to do the Ohio Theater on Sunday, September the 17th. Now, if you were to have someone to go with you, you would at least know that you had that in common. Mm-hmm. And that might be all Mary needs to kind of keep her at bay momentarily.
I don't know if I want to go see this live, though. Because
Why?
The whole thing, it's not going to ruin it. But like my whole thing is, I like to have this music on while I'm doing things. And just like sitting and watching people perform.
It's not that you're a Herb Alpert super fan.
Right.
You just
I like the vibe that I have while it's on, whether I'm cleaning or having drinks with somebody or in the pool. It's just good, like, background music.
Gotcha.
But if I'm just sitting and watching it, I'm going to get bored in 5 minutes.
Well, it's Herb Alpert and Lainey Hall.
Who got the Tijuana Brass with him. So
happens to be Mrs. Herb Alpert. But she'll be, but she used to perform with Sergio Mendes and those guys. But
Shawn Mendes?
Shut up, Poundcake.
Sergio, his older brother.
Sergio, yeah, not Shawn Mendes.
At first, I thought when I heard the name Shawn Mendes, I was like, "Ooh, who is this sexy Latin
Shut
guy
up,
on the radio?"
Poundcake.
And then it was a white dude. I was like, "Not only is he not Latino, he's from Canada."
Latino.
So what? You don't think they have Latinos in Canada?
But it was just the last name fools me, just like Lisa Left Eye Lopez. Like it's Lopez, not Lopez.
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 That's what
you got to make it because it's
you got to squat,
S.
son. Yeah,
Lopez,
okay.
not
nice.
Lopez.
Lopes.
And then it's.
I had a friend named Lopez in college. We just called him Lopes because of the S. Oh boy, he did not care for that.
So Shawn Mendes, I feel like he's like a false flagger there. He's getting some Latino points, and people are probably listening.
But
to
you know,
him.
he didn't. That's not a stage name. That means somebody in his family is Latino.
Who?
His father's Portuguese.
Yeah.
That's not good enough. Manuel Mendez is his father. That's not good enough for you?
No.
All right.
He don't look Portuguese.
Well, he might not, but what do you think? You think that you know better than Camila Cabello? You think? You know what she was looking at there. She was like, oh, man, I know what's up here. Yeah, his father's from Portugal.
No, that's not Latino. That's Portuguese.
Yeah, well, that is true. Okay, well, it's never good enough for Poundcake. Never good enough.
Just a little tint.
But you keep moving the chains. First, you said he was completely faking, and then you finding out that his father is from Portugal. That's not good enough. So he's not faking.
Was he born there, or does his family come from there?
Was who born where?
Was his father born in Portugal?
Yes, yes. What does that have to do with anything? You know we're all from somewhere else, right? I mean, you know this better than anybody. We're all from somewhere else.
Except the people that are from here.
Right, but they're all...
What?
Well, we've kind of sequestered them into,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, there's a couple people that are still from here that have always been here.
Mm-hmm. Is that good enough for you?
Yes.
All right. I don't ever see you trying to date Native Americans, though.
There ain't any on Grindr. I'm not opposed to that.
There's got to be Native Americans on Grindr.
I haven't seen.
Probably not that many around Cleveland.
It's
All right.
funny because there's like a thing in like the black community where if one person, if you got one Indian or one Native American in your bloodline, you're like, oh, I'm part Native American, I'm part Cherokee. We literally have like one person in our family. One of my grandfathers or like great grandfathers was Native American, but I had a bunch of black grandfathers. Yeah. So I still claim the Native American. I'm like, Native American black?
All right, Elizabeth
Italian,
Warren.
German.
Well, listen, there's a lot to go around. I mean, currently, you're talking less than 1% of the population. But, I mean, they were everywhere. Where do you think Erie came from? It's Native American.
That's Victorian.
Not with two E's. Indigenous people, Mary.
So Cody's really overcomplicating wealth, and I should be clear that I am definitely not wealthy, but I work in the trades and end up in these houses that are, 15, 20,000 square feet, and people that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The concierge thing is not really, it's not a thing anymore because grocery stores do delivery. You would not believe the number of Amazon packages. If you do a wire transfer to Porsche, the salesperson is going to bring the car to you and answer any of your questions, but really they're living just like you or I would, and you're not going to notice them on the street. They're not wearing gold-plated pants. They're completely unremarkable.
Gold-plated pants.
They see a handbag worth $30,000, they plop down $30,000 and they move on with their life. The money does not matter once you get to that point. You don't worry about getting something for free. You just buy it, whatever. I know one person that gets a new Bentley delivered once a year and sells the old one. Money does not matter once you get that wealthy.
I don't understand, though. How am I overcomplicating wealth? What did
Well,
I
because you
say?
were talking, I assume
saying-
that's in response to the conversation we were having yesterday about you were like, concierge and people can get whatever they want.
But that
and
is
just have-
true, though.
It is true, but
'Cause I do
he's
know
talking.
rich people.
He's talking about concierge services. He's like, that's really those exist less and less because other things have come in to replace it. But like if you're at that level that he's describing, you just call the dealership and go, I want a new Bentley, and they will bring it. Like you don't have to hire a middleman or another guy to do it.
To
I mean,
do
based
your
on
bidding.
what he's saying. That's why I thought it was funny. All these celebrities that happened to be vacationing in Maui during these wildfires were immediately getting dragged because it was just a bad look. They're like, Paris Hilton is in Maui. Maui's not a small place, right? I mean, Lahaina, these wildfires that we're going through, yes, that town of Lahaina was destroyed by the fire. And there's like 100 people dead, yes. So if you're famous, it probably is a bad look. But there are a lot of non-famous rich people who are still in Hawaii, and a lot of them are complaining because of what's been happening in Maui, that the resorts they're staying at aren't currently doing all the fun things these people want to do. Four Seasons Maui, which if you watched the first season of The White Lotus on HBO, that's where they shot season 1, was the Four Seasons in Maui. And so a lot of these tourist areas are really insulated from all that other stuff. So you have parts of the island that were completely unaffected. It's not like the whole island went up in smoke, right? But you have places where people are largely insulated from that, where the reality is you have, thousands of people who don't have a house anymore or whatever. And so obviously, you're going to have two groups of people who are dealing with very different things. But the Four Seasons Maui, there's people there that are spending like $20,000 a night, blah, blah, blah. And apparently a lot of them were really complaining about the scheduled activities they had that were no longer being offered. These people want to go horse riding and zip lining, and these things were being canceled.
Well, some of those things are in that part. So Lahaina is like where the whale watching and a lot of the like fishing charters and things like that are.
And these people are complaining. And they want restitution. One visiting guest from California asked if he could still get his dinner reservation at the Lahaina Grill.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, again, I don't, there are people who are talking about two Americas. There have always been two Americas, and it's got nothing to do with politics.
Yeah, North and South.
It's got that too, yeah, where Shawn Mendes' dad is from.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always been class. It's not politics, class.
Oh, okay.
And so when people go, well, why can't I have my dinner reservation at the Lahaina Grill? Because it's not there anymore, sir.
Right.
It doesn't quite compute with them,
They can't set something up.
I mean, as a grown person, you'd think that they would go, oh, I can't have dinner in a place that doesn't exist anymore. So that's why a lot of these, when you travel to other countries, and I know Hawaii is still a state, but it probably feels like another country. When you go to other countries, it's like you really have to kind of keep your head on a swivel because it's this double-edged sword where there's a lot of these areas that rely on tourism, but they also hate the tourists, or they hate a certain kind of tourist who kind of acts like that, right? So if you're not working in the hospitality business, you're working in construction in a lot of these resorty places. But, it's like you kind of got to bend over backwards if you're trying to be cognizant of it. You bend over backwards. So, like, be a nice guy. Be a sympathetic tourist.
He's trying to be nice. He's trying to patronize this place.
Guys, I'm trying to pump money into the local economy.
I'll tip 18%.
Yeah,
I don't care.
It's not my fault that the restaurant has been reduced to ashes. That's not on me. I'm still trying to go there. And the people that operate those activities live in those poor areas, and they have more important things to worry about than your horseback ride. Right, that too. I got a text from somebody earlier when we were discussing Mary's displeasure with Bill's personal life.
Yeah.
That, where is that text? It's a girl who was a Bill Squire superfan.
Ooh.
Oh, confession time. Bill is one of my celebrity crushes. If I were single, I'd love to try going out on at least one date with him. I'll be 40 in October. We actually share a lot of the same interests. It's the only time I'm saying, damn it, to being married. Now, she does refer to you as a potential hall pass. Maybe you should look into that.
Yeah,
she does not
open
mention...
marriages are a regular thing these days.
She doesn't mention...
Bring your husband. He can watch. I don't care.
It doesn't mention if she's got a couple of H-bombs strapped to her chest.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You're a celebrity crush, Bill.
Yeah, but people aren't paying to see my feet.
That's all right.
Are they paying to see
yours currently? You're going to be a
currently?
celebrity disappearance someday.
Yeah. Yeah. I just sold. I got a pedicure yesterday or 2 days ago, so I just sold some pictures last night.
Good for you.
Yeah.
was reading about Margot Robbie getting $250,000 for pictures. Well, getting an offer of $250,000 for pictures of her feet.
They're in Wolf of Wall Street pushing on Leonardo DiCaprio's head.
But that's up on the big screen. It's not bespoke. It's not tailored.
Just saying they're there.
That Margot Robbie, by the way, I haven't seen Barbie yet, but she's no dummy. She didn't take a lot of money because they didn't know what was going to happen with Barbie, but she took points.
Smart.
It's very, very smart.
It's like Warner Brothers' best
Explain
movie since
that.
Dark Knight.
What does that mean?
It means she'll get $50 million from
percentages.
Points. Okay, so
She gets a
paid-
percentage of the revenue that the film makes.
Okay, so she takes like $250,000 up front and then 10%?
That's right.
1%? What is it? Or they don't know?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
But it's a $1 billion movie, and she'll get a little north of $50 million in salary and box office bonuses. You know, the other end of that, and I think the smart move is if you don't know how a movie's going to do, or if they go, look, we don't have a huge budget, but we'll get you points, blah, blah, blah. That's pretty standard. But there's this movie called The Sound of Freedom that they've really been pushing on, like, right-wing media and Fox News. It's Jim Caviezel, the guy that played Jesus, and he's like a QAnon dude or whatever. And the guy who directed this movie is not one of those guys. He had been working on this movie for a while, but it really got picked up by right-wing media because it's supposedly the story about this guy who was saving kids from being trafficked, right? So that's like raw meat for right-wingers, these fake stories of, because it turns out the guy's story is full of holes, whatever. Well, the director of the movie, though, wants nothing to do with any of all that stuff. He's like, it really bums me out, all this QAnon crap and all this nonsense. But this movie ends up being huge. The trouble is they don't really think that many people are actually seeing it. What is happening is, like, churches and right-wing websites are telling people to buy tickets for the movie, assuming they would go see it.
They're not going to see it.
So we can own the libs, or let's show them that these movies are blah, blah, blah. What they're finding is, yeah, the movie made a lot of money, but nobody's actually going to see the movie. I mean,
that's kind of hilarious.
That's a little bit of an exaggeration. I mean, there are a lot more tickets being sold. People are seeing it, but there are a lot more tickets being sold than asses in the seats. The downside of that is this director was like, I didn't take points because I didn't think anybody was going to see this movie. He'd been working on it
that's
for a while.
bummer for him.
So he's like, I barely got paid for the movie, and I won't see $1 from its success. So it's like, you never know. I mean, same thing with Barbie. They didn't know it could have easily flopped, especially with Michael Cera in it. Could have easily flopped.
You hate Michael
I don't hate anyone. I've just never seen anything that he has improved.
Arrested Development.
He didn't improve it. It was already great. If anybody else could have been cast in that, and they would have been great.
No, he's perfect for the role of George Michael.
Don't care for Michael Cera.
In the scene where he's, I mean, just his enthusiasm for dating Egg is unparalleled. Nobody else could have done that as well.
Okay, well.
And his crush on Maybe. Come on, he was perfect.
Yeah, nobody else could have done that.
Have you seen his impression of...
stood there and looked confused.
You've never seen his impression that's going around of Tony Soprano?
No.
Never been number one.
No, don't care for Michael Cera.
I like him.
Anyway, so Barbie, north of $1 billion.
Scott Pilgrim vs. the World? Come on. Great movie.
That movie begins and ends for me with Elizabeth Winstead. I don't even know anybody else who's in it. That's a double whammy because it's got Sarah and Jason Schwartzman in it. Ugh. But Lizzie Winstead, I will watch her read the phone book. Don't care what she's doing otherwise.
She got 50 million of $1 billion?
So far.
That's 20%. Is that high? That seems crazy high.
That's not 20% of $1 billion.
That does not seem 20%.
No.
That's not.
That would be
50 million.
A smaller fraction of $1 billion.
50 million goes into $1 billion. Well, more
that's
than
not
that.
10%.
Okay,
500 million. What did you say?
20%.
I said 20%.
Yeah, but that's also not right.
No. Anyway, to your point, it is a small fraction of $1 billion. But again, I don't know how many points they offered her. It's now the second highest grossing release in the history of Warner Brothers, behind Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2. It's the highest grossing film ever from a female director.
Is it 5%?
It sounds
50
closer.
million times 20 is $1 billion.
Okay.
So that would be 5%?
Sure.
Oh, you're the math.
Sure, yeah.
We didn't even try to do the math. And then you're over there
Sorry.
trying to.
I've
and
been
then,
hung up
and
on
then,
it since we talked
And then you're
about it.
trying to check the math with us.
Yeah,
like,
you're right. That's
like,
where I was.
I
it was
just
a
knew
mistake.
it wasn't 20%.
You're right. That was a mistake. I think it's 5%.
Okay. What's happening?
What? My phone is making an emergency call. Don't call that.
That robot must be in trouble.
I was trying to do math.
Skynet starting.
Yeah, is it going to be okay?
Trying to do math over here, and then it's like, oh, I'll call the emergency room. Don't worry.
Wow, all right.
That's the second time that's happened in like a week.
You better get it figured out.
Where my phone is just
You're alive.
calling
You are coming with me.
emergency services.
Let me take a break here. Hey, you want to join us for the cruise? We've been talking about it, and it is almost here. Next Saturday, we'll go back out on board. The brand new Lady Caroline, not back out on board, first time ever. The maiden voyage for the Alan Cox Show cruise on the new Lady Caroline with MMS and Bud Lights. We'd love to have you along, and I'll have a couple tickets for you after the break.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
Shirilla case. Because they
What
just
is
found her
that?
guilty of murder yesterday.
What is Mackenzie? Who's that?
This is that teenage girl in Strongsville. This was national news, maybe international news, where she was mad at her boyfriend, and so he and her and a friend of his were in the car, and she just gunned it to like 90 and drove into a wall.
Oh, man.
And the two of them get killed, and she's alive.
Okay, yeah.
How did I not hear about that?
That same with me. I'm like, how did I not hear about this until they found her guilty? Crux of the case, the prosecution was that she had threatened to do it earlier and I guess made some video about it. And so the jury came to the conclusion that it was her clear intent to do something like this. She's a 19-year-old girl. They found her guilty on 12 counts. Murder, felonious assault. There was a drug. Once they get you to that level, they're going to throw everything they possibly can in there. And the judge, reading the verdict, said this was not reckless driving. This was murder. Her parents looked shocked. I mean, with the case they had against her, it didn't sound good.
She alone decided what was to be. Mackenzie decided death was the ultimate goal that day. And she alone made that decision for Dominic and Davion. And she continuously acted in a manner to achieve the purpose. Whether or not she intended to also kill herself is a matter of speculation. They have no relevance to the weighing of the evidence in this case. The totality of the evidence clearly demonstrates that Mackenzie Shirilla acted purposely and intentionally in the early morning hours of July 31st, 2022, and her purpose was to kill Dominic Russo and Davion Flanagan. No reasonable fact finder could view the totality of this evidence in this case and come to any other conclusion. Her actions were controlled, methodical, deliberate, intentional, and purposeful. This was not reckless driving. This was murder. Court renders the following verdicts. Count 1. The court, having had count 1 tried to and pursuant to waiver, finds the defendant, Mackenzie Shirilla, guilty of murder, to wit Dominic Russo, in violation of Ohio Revised Code Section 2903.02a, is charged in count 1.
Stand her up and cuff her right there. I don't think I realized that they do that. Like, as soon as they say guilty of murder,
Yeah.
she stands up, arms behind her back. They pan out, and the parents are out freaking out, obviously. But there's two families, well, three families now that are ruined because she's going to go to prison, and the other two guys that were in her car are dead. But I don't know how I mean, this isn't, at the very least, a national story. It got right by me. I didn't see anything about it at all. Mackenzie Shirilla, 19 years old, down there in Strongsville. Last summer, she accelerated her Toyota Camry into the Plidco building, a large brick building at the intersection of Progress and Alameda Drives in the Cleveland suburb of Strongsville. This is an NBC News write-up.
Because she was mad. Was he cheating on her or something? Or did they don't give
Don't
details
know.
of the fight? Or
Don't know.
Not that it excuses it. I'm just wondering.
Well, I'll just read it as written. Police arrived at the scene. Some 45 minutes later, they found the car with severe damage and full airbag deployments. She was inside with her boyfriend and his friend. They were unconscious, not breathing, and trapped. She was taken to a local hospital. The two boys were pronounced dead at the scene. Prosecutors argued that she had a toxic relationship with Dominic Russo and had threatened him before. She had made multiple threats toward him, threatened to crash her vehicle when she was driving with him because she was upset over a disagreement they had. Listen, you never know who you're with, I guess. I guess they I don't know what the nature of the disagreement was, but people had heard her say that she was going to crash her car with him in it. And that's not good when you end up going on trial for murder. And the judge there, of course, excoriating her for saying that, obviously the defense is that it was an accident, blah, 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 But she had the misfortune of being 18 when it happened last year. And, of course, she's 19 now getting...
Is that life?
I'm sure they'll probably go for life.
Sounds like essentially.
She's going to get sentenced on Monday. Yeah, but I don't...
How do you...
I hadn't heard about this story.
How are I just try to imagine that from her parents' point of view, because you love your kid no matter what,
Of course.
right? Even if they're a murderer.
You have to hope it's going to go your way, and you figure with a vehicular case like that, mentally you could get your head around not thinking that she did it on purpose. It's not like she stabbed them to death, or I don't know. That's cold comfort for the families of the boys. But again, I hadn't even heard of that until it was on all of the news channels last night. Cleveland, obviously Cleveland, but I saw it on national news, and I hadn't seen it.
Hold on, I'm burp.
No, you're not. Huh?
No, you're not.
I know.
You're not.
But I would really like to. Sorry. I'm trying.
No, you're trying.
I'm not trying to be
Yeah,
gross.
you're-
I'm trying to.
You're trying to burp.
You can leave us messages whenever you like. Our Alan Cox Show After Hours line will take your voicemails. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Mike from Parma here. Not the Mike from Parma, but a Mike from Parma. Listening to Tuesday's show, you guys are talking about the iguanas at the Winking Lizards, and my neighbors actually just adopted the one from the Independence Winking Lizard.
Whoa.
His name is Pickles. He's huge, but they got a pretty nice setup for him in his basement. Take the kids over there to see him all the time, and yeah, pretty cool. Hate the show.
Hey, look at that.
There you go.
They're sending those iguanas out, getting them adopted from the Winking Lizards. I wonder what did they say yesterday when we were talking about it? The Avon location still has theirs, or maybe the last couple that are going to send them out. I think the one down here got rid of theirs. That was the one you worked at, or used to be?
I worked at
the
the one at the
downtown one?
Galleria.
And yours was named what? Oh, you didn't know the
I
name.
don't remember. We didn't have it for long. And then there was one at the Gateway location, which is the one across the street from us on the other side on Prospect, but that closed during the pandemic.
And you didn't have the iguana for long. Why? It passed away, or it just got transferred to another location?
I don't remember. That was host stand stuff, Alan. I was behind the bar. Okay?
Was there an iguana exchange program among the Winking Lizard locations? And did people feel disappointed
You're asking too many questions.
or misled when said lizard would not wink?
No.
Because isn't the logo for the Winking Lizard kind of a, it looks like a dapper kind of.
It's a profile shot of a lizard in a suit, and he's a winking.
Yeah, he's got a
top
suit.
hat, right?
No, he doesn't have a top hat.
Oh.
No,
should.
but he's
He
got a
has a top
suit on,
hat.
like a bow tie or something.
Yeah.
Was there ever any call to use the iguanas to replicate that?
No.
Maybe it would have kept him around a little bit longer.
Yeah. He's not winking. He's like.
No, I
smirking.
understand, but in lieu of a lizard winking, which you can't do unless you glue one eye shut, that's just going to get Pete on your ass, is make it look sharp.
Who's Pete?
PETA.
Oh.
The kid from the Hunger Games, Bill.
I know who PETA is.
He's got a real hard on for people who mistreat
An
lizards.
iguana saved his life in the Hunger Games.
Mm-hmm.
It's along those lines. I heard from one of our bureau chiefs in the great state of Minnesota sent me a story about a place called the Walker Art Center. And this was a story, I think, that was on some conservative news site or something, part of the Minnesota Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. And the Walker Art Center, this right-wing website, is mad because they've gotten millions of dollars in taxpayer funds, and they're holding a tongue-in-cheek demon summoning session for families. And they didn't like this at all. Demons have a bad reputation, but maybe we're just not very good at getting to know them, the description says. Now, this is in a time, by the way, and this is how you know how deeply blue of a state Minnesota is that this is happening in a time where there are other states that don't want kids to learn history or know that there are gay people or that slaves weren't in a jobs program. This is really at the opposite end of the spectrum. But they're just kind of goofing around, and they said, it's bring your families and blah, blah, blah.
That's kind of what I was telling Mary. You can be haunted even by demons, and it doesn't mean the demons are going to be mean.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess.
This is part of an art project from a Minnesota artist who said that this artist was able to conjure a demon when she was at a residency and had been spending her days and nights at a haunted firehouse making knots and having just found out that she was pregnant. And so this website complains because this is such a left-wing agenda, but they're clearly being tongue-in-cheek about it. And one of our bureau chiefs, I asked the person who sent this to me, I said, please attend this and give me some more information on it, because you might have no interest in either jokingly or otherwise summoning demons, but, you still could walk through the sculpture garden, right? Yeah. I mean, these art centers, it's like free on Saturdays, and come on. And if there's an artist there who's like, hey, I'm making little demon traps, it did ever occur to anybody, it might be something that would make like a scared little kid feel better. Hey, you're something, you afraid of the dark, or you worried there's something in there?
Demon trap.
That's something.
Trap it.
Yeah, trap it.
Pop it.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Ghost Bag?
I don't know who that is.
Oh.
Bill, is it?
Yeah.
Shut up, Bill.
This isn't Ghost Bag?
No.
Sound like Ghost Bag.
I heard some summoning going on, and so I was just checking in.
Oh, that's probably Mary.
I didn't summon him.
Who summoned me?
There's traps for your demons up here, but not like you were summoned.
You should see my traps.
Yeah?
I have been working out nonstop.
A lot of shoulder shrugs.
Oh my God. Thick. Yep. Wait till you see me next time.
When do you plan on coming back?
Oh no, you'll see me. I won't see you.
What?
I'm gonna see you
You're
in
gonna see
about
me.
35 years. You're pretty good at math, right?
Yeah.
I heard you're real good at math.
I'll be 68.
Yep. How old would you be if you lived 1 year longer?
69.
Nice.
So just hold off for a minute.
He's not in charge of that. That's God. That's your fate.
What's up? Yeah.
God kills people, not the devil.
I thought Satan killed people too.
No, he just tortures them after they die. God does all the killing.
I stand in front of people and then they tell me to get behind them. And then I get behind them. And then I do terrible, terrible things to them.
What about when you get rebuked?
Yeah, you don't get a lot of that anymore. I don't get a whole lot of rebuking.
What if I do it right now?
Go ahead.
Satan, I rebuke you. Wait a minute, it doesn't work?
It does sound good though. I like that word. It's a great word. Rebuke.
What if I just buke you?
Try it.
Satan, I'm buking you.
I gotta tell you, I don't feel anything. Maybe a little tingle on the buking,
All right, well,
but nothing on the rebuke.
because of these damn condoms.
No, that and, inflation is still a thing. Listen, I thought somebody summoned me. I'm so sorry. I was taking time out of my day to check in with you guys because I thought somebody summoned me.
Well, there is an artist that's doing demon traps. Is that something you're worried about? Getting all your demons trapped in an art museum?
Nope. I would be worried if I got my nuts trapped in a museum. I am not.
Me too, brother. Me too.
I can conjure all the demons I need.
Oh, okay.
I'm not worried about that. I
You
think
have
it sounds
endless
nice,
demons?
actually. Endless demons, yes.
Wow, like breadsticks.
Yes. At many occasions, people have called hell. It's just like the Olive Garden. In many, many ways.
And you're here, your family.
That's right. And when you come down here, you have done something terrible to your family. So there's...
Like take them to the Olive Garden.
Take them. You see where I'm going. That's right. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I got stuff to do. I got to get ready for Poundcake in about 40 years.
Hey, I got 40 years.
Longer than
Oh,
me.
yeah, I thought he was 35. He got an extension?
Yeah, he did. He got an extension.
Did he earn it by doing good things?
Hell no. Mary.
I'm
come
just
on.
asking.
You know who he is.
Never know.
Also, God kills people, not Satan.
I don't do that. Nope. I just collect them. He kills them, and then he decides where they go.
Yeah.
And a lot of them get down here with me, and that's okay. I have plenty of room. So, I'm just preparing for Poundcake in 40 years.
That's what's up.
Yeah. You'll spend eternity reading that Jared Kushner book, so I hope you enjoy it.
Oh, and it can't be hell then.
Well, all the pictures will be torn out.
Oh. Wow.
You're
There it is.
evil.
And say one for the throat on that one.
Oh, boy. All right. Maybe that's why we have so many flies. What are they showing?
Satan?
Yes.
All
they
the sulfur?
Whatever. But I mean, they show every time there's the devil in movies, it's always flies.
I
and
said
it's,
that.
Did you? You said because of the devil?
I said that it's
Look,
a
it's
bad
haunted,
omen.
yeah.
That flies never mean anything good. That flies represent something bad is coming.
Oh.
I've
Okay.
been saying that the whole time. Nobody listens to me.
Hmm.
You guys think I just don't know anything, and I know so much.
I definitely know that you don't know what percentage of $1,050 million is.
5.
But no. But then.
Yes, it is.
Huh?
It's 5.
Listen, we've moved on. The point is, you could be right. You might be right that somebody left me a message and go, hey, depending on what was in that space before you guys, there might be drains under the floor. Oh. Here's what I think. I just happened upon this morning on one of these scientific nerd accounts that I follow. Now, this requires some effort on our part, but it might be worth looking into. Fruit flies, if they see dead flies, there are scientists doing studies on whether or not insects can recognize or have any association with, can recognize something in their own species that is dead. And they're determining that fruit flies, if they know a fly is dead, that will shorten their life. So all we got to do is
Look what happened to Jim.
I'll play this little clip here for you. Oop, hold on.
Once the animals are inside, they can go one way or another, which scientists use to get information about what the animals prefer. The researchers found that when one of the arms had only live flies and the other had live flies plus dead ones, the living flies avoided the side with the dead flies as much as they could. Basically, simply perceiving dead flies was enough to speed up their aging and make them die sooner.
Make them die sooner. Just knowing there's dead flies near them. So what we do is, when we swat these flies, because there's little gnats in here too.
We got to send a message.
That's right.
Leave
so
the
we'll,
bodies.
Yep, we'll set them on the ledge or something, and then when they go over to check them out, we will be shortening their lives. It's quite an ingenious plan, if you ask me.
I like it.
It does require us to collect fly corpses, but I'll delegate that to Cody. It'll be all right. All right, I've got a break here. I want to go to that Baby Clock tour. It's Baby Metal, those Japanese gals, and Death Clock from Metalocalypse, an animated band, yeah, but they'll have accompaniment with them, and it's one of the weirder tours this summer, but they're coming to play the Agora. It's September the 6th, and if you want to go, I will hook up after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show
On iHeartRadio.
Get ready to win your way to our 20
You're still going to tear your face off. Jason Richardson is a phenomenal guitarist. He's going to be there supporting the whole thing. Tickets, info, everything at axs.com. Car 10, this pair of tickets for you for the Baby Clock Tour in a couple of weeks. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If he sounds super excited to see you,
hey, what's up?
Remember, he is a paid performer.
As a broadcaster, he's real good.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
Maybe I'll play some Death Clock tomorrow night. You know, we're doing 2 hours to midnight Saturday night, not tomorrow night. I'm already I'm ahead of myself. My apologies, boy. If there's something metal fans hate, it's not being prompt. Saturdays from 10 to midnight, me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler get in here and play you 120 minutes of nothing but metal. Put local music in there, brand new stuff, throw some classics at you, too. Brian gonna go see Death Clock?
Probably not.
Oh, come on. William Murderface and Nathan Explosion and Toki Wartooth and nothing?
I don't even know what that means.
It's the band.
Oh.
Those are the guys in the band.
Then yes, now that I know that information.
All right. That's all it took. Yeah, those Death Clock shows are pretty wild, boy. Because they have actual musicians, obviously, playing. But it's largely a cartoon. It's kind of like if Gorillaz was a metal band, right?
Yeah.
But, and they've been around a minute. Death Clock's been over there on Adult Swim for a long, long time. And then they left, and they brought him back. There's like a film coming out next month or something. Army of the Doomstar. That'll be fun, too. Guardians split that series. It was only 2 games down in Cincinnati. They won the first one, lost last night. 7-2 is the final. So they'll start up tonight here at home for the next week. They'll play the Tigers for 4 games, and then they'll do a 3-game series against the Dodgers. And then they'll get on the road next week to play the Blue Jays in Toronto. So tonight, 7:15, Tigers Guardians at Progressive Field. And if you want to get yourself some cool gear, remember all month long at CLE Clothing Company, you can use the promo code FLASH for 20% off whatever it is that you want to get. Now, if you were to look at your receipt or have some items in your hand, if you were in the store, again, do this online, you'll just see, you know, everything added up in your cart. But in store, you'd obviously kind of know in your head. Okay. And then when you would want to try to find the percentage you would save, you'd text Mary and go, hey, my bill is this. What's 20% off going to be?
$50 million.
So you could probably get yourself all of the CLE Clothing Company locations for $50 million.
Yeah.
But don't do that. Don't do that. Just save yourself a bit of money.
I did the math on that Margot Robbie thing, by the way, and $50 million is 5%
That's what I
of
said.
$1 billion. Yeah, but I said it right the first time.
No, you can't say it right after I say it right.
Wait, what?
I did the math.
I did it first.
Right,
but you initially said
time and I did
I
it
said
right.
20 because I divided 100 million by 50 million, or 1 billion by 50 million. It was 20.
Yeah.
And I should have known that that means 5%.
You should have, but you
didn't.
But Bill can't claim it now after I already said it.
I just did.
Wait, he can't claim it now?
He can't say he figured it out. Because after I
I
said
did
20%,
figure it
then
out.
But
I
he
sat
did
there and I was like, no, it's not 20%, it's 5%.
But he did figure it out.
But he didn't. I already said it.
But I still figured it out.
Doesn't
You
mean
didn't
that
figure it out.
But
You
that doesn't-
heard me say it.
No, I did the math myself
in the break.
and I figured it out.
2 things can
You
be true.
also figured it out.
Yes, you
I
both
just
figured it
also
out.
figured it out. I just figured it out on my first try, and I didn't say the
After
wrong
you
answer.
heard me figure it out on my second try.
It wasn't your second try.
Yes, it was.
We were going back and forth for a good 30
I am
seconds.
the only person who listens to this show. It's like when you guys were convinced I said, what's that movie, Twins, with Arnold Schwarzenegger? And I did not say that. No
Yeah.
one else listens to the show. It's
Well,
just me.
I'm doing a few things back here, so if I miss
Well,
a
then
couple
stop
of things,
questioning me.
And you're
I'm not. I'm never going to stop questioning you.
You have to.
No.
It's my right.
and I'm doing a bit.
It's
so-
liberty. It's liberty and justice. And
Your
you
body,
need to
my
stop.
choice. You know how it goes in
I got it
here.
right on my first try.
My Fourth Amendment right to not be questioned.
Uh-huh. What's a Fourth Amendment again?
Not be questioned. Thou shalt
Yeah.
not be questioned.
Thou shalt not. Oh, wow. You're one of those. Let's just replace the Constitution with the Bible. Yeah.
And
All right.
She thinks I want one of these as in my life.
A Bible.
No, a woman.
They don't have to be like me. You probably prefer it if they weren't. Honestly, you already have a me.
Why
Yeah,
don't
that's
you
a little
ever?
much.
Why don't you ever set Bill up?
I don't have any friends that are single.
All
And
your
why
friends
is
are
that?
married? Yeah. Misery
Because
loves
I
company?
quit drinking and moved to the suburbs to be a stepmom in a relationship.
Oh.
None of them are in a rocky relationship. Come on.
What?
You can't nudge them.
Wait, so you want to, right. So you want to drag Bill into that and you think
No.
that's what'll make him happy?
And not at all.
Oh.
Not at any point did I tell him to marry Brian and move to Berea. I didn't say that.
You know what
You
I'm
think
saying.
he would if I asked?
Maybe. He's not big on marriage. He might be. He's coming around.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what if I stole Brian from you? How bad
would
would you
never
be?
steal Brian from me.
You don't know.
I don't know. I feel
Oh,
like
did you
I'm not
see-
as naggy about him as you are.
Did you see how cute he looked yesterday in his backwards hat on my Instagram story? He was getting away with murder with me yesterday, and I was like,
Is that a question
so
you're
hot.
actually asking us?
I'm
or-
asking Bill that because
Ah.
he's saying he's going to steal Brian. So I'm asking if he saw how hot he
How
looked.
I would
he
like him to
looked.
grow his hair super duper long.
Do not say that
And-
because he has brought that up in the past, and
I
it
would
is
like
not
it
an
to be long,
option.
and I like him to have dreadlocks.
No,
so.
it's not an option.
Dreadlocks.
Yeah.
Wants him
But
to look
only
like.
on the top. I want the sides shaved and then
Like a
braids on
mohawk
the
of
top.
dreadlocks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
That's his best look.
He's never had that look.
I know, but once he does it, it's gonna be his best look.
Got it.
Like the guy from The Offspring in the '90s. He kind of had that look.
Or Kai, the hatchet killer.
Did he
Oh,
have
yeah,
that?
I just watched a documentary on him.
Mary's like, guess what we're not going to do tonight? Smash, smash, smash. Because I don't like your hair.
Yeah, no.
Or Justin Bieber back in the day. He had white boy dreadlocks. But he didn't know any better. He was a young man, and he was desperate to find himself. It's the grown men walking around with white boy dreadlocks that should be summarily rounded up and subjected to something mildly painful. Alan, I just think that today is a heavy flow day for Mary, so
I'm
leave
not
her
on
alone.
my period today. It
I'm
ended.
trying to give you an out.
Nope.
With the
just
audience.
being a bitch.
Ahem.
Just agitated. That's all.
Mhm.
Alan, I just want to say, tell Mary it's all good about her dad. I lost my mom almost 4 years ago, and there's just days where you lose it. You can't hold it together. It's gonna happen. It sucks. This is Chris from Binghamton.
There's Chris in Binghamton, New York,
From
who's
Binghamton.
on your side.
Yeah, grief sucks. It's not linear. It's all a mess. Everything sucks. That's why I'm trying to fix Bill's life.
My life that I'm very happy with.
Yeah, I know.
The life that I am just loving and crushing right now.
I need to ruin
You're
it.
like, you do this stuff, doing what's making you happy, and do the things that I want you to do.
No, but all jokes aside,
They have been.
what is the impetus, Mary, to look at Bill and say, I need to fix that?
Nothing. This is all a joke.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. I don't care what Bill does.
But you dig your heels into that stuff.
For radio, Alan, I'm very good at my job.
Please.
You think I truly
Don't
care who
talk
Bill
to
is
me
with?
like I'm in kindergarten, huh?
I don't care who Bill dates.
Not who he
I've told
dates.
him
Not who he
100
dates.
times.
You have some clear thoughts though on the direction he should be pointing himself.
No, I don't care what Bill does.
Oh, you don't care
no,
what he does.
not at all.
Oh.
I tell him every time I disagree
And
with
I'm
something,
coming for Brian.
and I'm almost always right.
You what?
I said I tell him every time he tells me what he's about to do, and I'm like, that's not a good idea. And then
But
he does it
that's
anyway.
what
and
I'm
then
talking about.
Almost always
Why
right.
do you have an
Like
opinion
what?
on it?
Because we're friends.
What?
I don't have an opinion on what my friends do.
then you're not a very good
That's
friend.
why you're a better friend.
Great friend.
No, that makes you a worse friend.
Because I don't have dumb opinions about what they should do.
Alan, I would consider us friends for the past 10 years, and you've told me to do nothing, and I appreciate it.
Because I appreciate our friendship. See that, Mary?
Sure.
Done and done.
You dated a woman one time who had very recently gotten a divorce, and I told you that was not a good idea, and it did not end well.
Who is that?
Are you serious?
Oh, my last girlfriend?
I wasn't going to say that. I was trying to make it more vague. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I had some good times.
Your last girlfriend had just gotten a divorce?
Like a couple months before they got together.
All right, well, maybe that's part of his kink.
Well, and I said, hey, man, that's probably not a great idea. It's probably not going to end how you think it's going to end.
Why did you think?
It kind of ended how I thought it was going to end.
But why did you think he wouldn't know that?
I'm not trying to tell him something he doesn't know.
No, but
I was just saying, hey, as your friend, I don't think this is a good idea.
Yeah.
You don't tell your friends when you think they're making a mistake?
No. Nobody told me.
Well, that's why you don't have very good friends.
I have great friends.
Not if they didn't tell you that you're about to make a mistake.
I don't have many friends, but the ones I have are great. They're
Well,
not telling me. They're not telling me what to do.
I never told him what to do. I said, I don't think this is a good idea. He
And
very
why
clearly
would
didn't
that
listen to me.
information be valuable to him?
I feel that friends should share opinions with you and say, hey, I've known you a long time. I care about you. This is what I think.
My friend is the one that told me I like skeleton face white boys when I was like showing her my Facebook dating profiles.
That's a good friend.
This is what I'm talking about.
That's just like
friends should
But
tell
that,
you things
but
like that.
Poundcake, your friend was just making a comment. She wasn't saying that you shouldn't do something.
I did not. Can you stop saying that? At no point did I tell Bill you should not date this person.
It's a bad idea. Is
I
the
don't
same
think this
thing.
Is a good idea.
That's an implication. It's the same thing.
No, because
I don't think that's a good idea.
In implications or tone. And
I
now
don't
all
think
of a sudden I'm overstepping.
implication and
because
tone
of
are
an
not the same
implication.
thing.
All
If you verbalize an opinion, I don't think you should do that. Why verbalize the opinion?
Because he's a friend of mine.
But he's not going to listen to you.
So I don't care if he's going to listen to me or
Well,
not.
then why waste the breath?
So I can tell him I told you so when it goes up in flames.
There it is. That's what I'm trying to get to. Don't make me dig so hard.
Then don't-
You know what I'm getting
Don't dance
at.
around the question then.
I'm not. I'm trying to get you to get there.
I know
I
the
told
answers.
you so.
I know the answers.
She likes the I told you so's.
I love
Why?
it. I told you so. It's one of my
Why?
favorite things on the planet to say.
But why?
Because no one listens
There's no
to me.
prize for I told you so.
There is a prize in my heart where I was right and you didn't listen to me.
If
So I
you-
need you to know that you were wrong.
But then everybody ends up just thinking you're a pain in the ass.
I'm not a pain in the ass if I'm right.
If you're telling everybody I told
How
you
am
so.
I a pain in the ass because I'm right?
Because who cares if you're right? Other
I
than
tried
you.
to warn you ahead of time. You didn't listen. Now you get what you deserve.
In retrospect, right? But
I'm very happy right now.
Mary, this is why me and you are such soulmates.
But you're
Because
only
we're
right.
on the same platform.
You're only right in retrospect.
But no. I was right to begin with.
But you didn't know that.
I did.
No,
I
you
wouldn't have said it if I didn't believe it.
Believe and know are two different things. You didn't know it until it was in retrospect. He could have gotten married, and then who are you going to say I told you so to? You're going to wait until they get divorced and then say I told you so?
Yeah.
You're going to kick the I told you so can down the road?
100%.
What's the upside of I told you so?
I'm marry Brian,
I
and
just
then
told you.
I
You're not
told you
gonna marry
so.
Brian.
So in your head, when you're right,
He'd do it for the bit.
Oh, you would not.
Yeah, he would because he's funny.
in your head, when you're right, you go, I told you so. That's
Yeah.
for you.
Yes. I'm not
The
denying
other-
that it's for me.
But why?
Because I'm right. How is this so confusing to you?
But what's the point? Being right is great when there's an end goal to it. Being right is great when you can maybe amend your own behavior or when there is something beyond that. In and of itself, what's the payoff?
The payoff is letting you know maybe next time pay attention to what I say.
But they're not going to do that.
Okay.
So why waste the breath?
Because it's not a wasted breath to me. It's a wasted breath to you, but it's not a wasted breath to me.
You want people to
But I also
go,
didn't hate the last year that I was with her. Like it was, like I'm relieved that it's over, but there was a lot of good too.
and what is your
Things
perspective?
can be complicated.
What
like
is,
that.
Bill, what is your takeaway from Mary being right?
She's obviously in love with me.
Oh my God.
I mean, did you have a lot of people telling you "I told you so" when they told you should stop drinking and you didn't?
Nobody ever told me to stop drinking.
No. So you got some great friends. Everybody probably told you to stop drinking.
Nobody ever.
Did they all say "I told you so"?
Not one single person said you should probably quit drinking.
Uh-huh.
So
Did they say "I told you
if
so"?
they would have,
Uh-huh.
then maybe, yeah. But nobody cared about me enough to tell me to stop drinking. I actually had people who stopped being my friends when I quit drinking.
Yeah.
So opposite.
Yeah, you weren't as fun.
See, there's one of them.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Like your soulmate?
Yeah.
but still, it's like, but you understand that.
What?
Well, if the relationship is based on going out
Oh,
and getting
yeah,
drunk,
no, I know
they're not
that.
going to hang out. I
Yeah.
mean.
But I didn't know that at the time. There
Right.
were people I were referring to as my good friends.
You didn't know
I-
that was the only thing you had in
Right.
common.
Well, we were hanging out 3 times a week. I'm like, man, these are some of my really good friends. We hang out all the time.
Oh, wow.
And then I quit drinking, and I didn't
Yeah.
hear from them for 6 months. I was like, oh, you still doing that sober thing? You're going to stop being a pussy and come out. I'm like, oh, well, trying to fix my life.
Wow.
It was funny though, because like when I would see you at the events that you would attend, and you would be like plastered drunk, and then you decided to get sober. This was right around the time where you got like on the show. I asked Bill, I said, "Was Mary really that bad?" And he was like, "Oh yeah." He was like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "Really?" I was like, obviously I saw you drunk at events, but I didn't know you well enough to like hang out with you
That was
personally.
like 6 days a week.
Wow. Okay. Because that was like the night you came with us at the corner alley, and then you got your purse stolen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone spent $80 at a gas station that day.
Right. On your card.
That's what flagged it. But yeah, no one ever told me to quit drinking. So I would welcome with open arms the "I told you so"s if anybody ever would have said it.
If I knew you better, I'd be like,
Yeah. Nobody ever told her. Well,
I definitely didn't have an intervention at my dad's house one time. So
Mhm.
maybe if they tried to step in earlier, I wouldn't be in this position.
It is their fault. That's
I know
my
that.
takeaway. Yeah.
That's what therapy's teaching me.
And
Blame
also,
other people.
There you
think-
go.
You think
See?
I'm going to take advice from a drunk?
I'm a past
Former drunk Bill.
Reformed.
You're always
There
an
you go.
alcoholic, though.
I
You
am.
are always
Yeah.
in recovery. That's right.
Yes.
You're never an ex-alcoholic.
And maybe I I don't look at relationships like, oh, okay, this is the end of the world. Like once a relationship is over, I move on and I'm fine. Like I'm not that guy that like dwells on stuff and like I'm like, oh no.
There's always a next person. Always.
And even if there's not, I'm fine. Like I'm really enjoying my life right now. I know I enjoyed my life the past. I've enjoyed my life.
Good.
Ever since stopped being Mormon, that was the crux.
It's like the last 30 years have been
Yep.
awesome.
When he stopped drinking that Kool-Aid.
20, yeah.
All right, let me break here. Want to send a text for something? 35192. I'll have those air show passes for you a little bit later on. They do that, of course, out at Burke Lakefront over the Labor Day weekend. So we'll hook that up. And if you want to watch, you can at alancoxshow.com. Listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
A pilot collapsed and died in the laboratory of...
In the laboratory?
Ohio, accident 271 northbound before I-90 in the right-hand lane. It's got traffic slow back to Wilson Mills. It's in the local lanes. Accident on 71 southbound past Snow. Left lane is blocked. Police are there. Your stop and go back to 480, also making it a little extra slow. 40 westbound starting at Tiedemann. I'm Faith Nazevich in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
In celebration of Conrad's 38th store opening in Canton, get up to $375 back when you buy a set of 4 eligible Goodyear tires when using your Conrad's Goodyear credit card. Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Conrad's. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas this September. Streaming live only on Hulu. See the Foo Fighters.
Hey, we're 30 Seconds to Mars.
Fall Out Boy and many more. Buy tickets now at AXS.com.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192 if you want to send a text. If you want to see what's going on, you can go to AlanCoxShow.com. This woman ends up divorcing her husband because she thought she was talking to one of the stars of Stranger Things.
Oh, I saw this. This is a
child?
bummer.
No, it was the brother,
Yeah.
Billy, who ends up getting killed. I forget the actor's name. But yeah.
Is that the one that's also in 50 First Dates?
No, you're
That's
thinking
an
of Sean
older
Astin.
movie. Yeah.
You're thinking of Sean Astin.
Sean Astin was the teacher in one of the seasons that
Okay.
Winona Ryder was.
Yeah,
No,
Sean Astin.
Dacre Montgomery is this actor. If you Google him, you'll recognize. He played Billy Hargrove. So he was the girl's boyfriend or the girl's brother or something.
Girl's boy,
Oh, he's cute.
brother.
Brother.
Is this that Steve guy?
Yeah. No.
No, that's the dude with the
Billy
hair.
Hargrove. I'm the only one listening to the show.
No.
But he had like
literally just said Billy Hargrove.
he had like hair, long hair. They had put him in a wig and he had like eyeliner on and Anyway, he's a good looking dude from that show. I think he's British or Aussie or something like that. Anyway, this woman in Kentucky was convinced that she was talking to that guy, and she got catfished out of $10,000 worth of gift cards. And in the
Always
process,
gift cards.
I know.
Why would a star need gift cards?
But also, how are people not hip to the ground level scams now? Because some of them can get very complex. But like the gift cards are like scam 101. I'm going to need you to get me some gift cards. And then, so this is a woman who became obsessed with thinking that she was talking to this guy. Now, it's not like they had an amazing marriage before that, I'm sure. This is end up the last straw, but she thought that she ended up leaving her husband because he wasn't on board with the whole thing.
I am obsessed with Stranger Things, but the thing is, when I tallied it all up, it was $10,000-ish. I told my ex-husband, I said, listen, I said, it's not working out. I said, you're not letting me be me. You're not letting me be free. I said, I think you need to leave. So he left. Within 2 months, he was gone.
You're not letting me be me. I gotta be me.
Spend this money.
I'm just always amazed at the money people have to get scammed out of.
Maybe they didn't.
They don't have it all at once, though.
Yeah, this
either.
sounds like it was over the course of quite a few,
Like at least a few months, where it's like $200
And
here, $500 there.
If she's buying with gift cards, she's probably buying it with a credit card.
Yeah.
And not even
Oh, is that how it works?
I think. Well,
I want to know what
I'm not guessing she's going into her trust fund.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, you hear about these old ladies who, and the kids find out that an old lady got scammed out of like $350,000. Jesus Christ. And the kids are pissed because that was going to be their money. She fell victim. There's a woman named Michaela, who is a film artist and a now single mother from Kentucky, said she was in a toxic relationship with her husband. So she joined an online artist forum to make connections, and she became incredibly excited to connect with Dacre Montgomery, one of the actors from Stranger Things. She got a message from a user named DKMH, and he claimed that he was Billy Hargrove on Stranger Things. She's like, we just really hit it off, but I'm suspicious, she said, until he starts doing things that make me believe he is who he says he is.
Like you know what would work? A video call.
Yeah.
But his phone's broken.
So easy.
Never
My phone's broken. Like, oh, you were in Stranger Things and you don't have a phone that can do video?
No, I don't want my publicist to find out.
Here's what he told her. He was always complaining to her about his relationship issues. His girlfriend controlled all of his bank accounts,
That's what I'm talking about.
and he was having money problems, which led Michaela, there in Kentucky, to send this guy $10,000 over a period of time. She said, that was the one thing we actually bonded over, was our bad relationships. So that's how he got her, right? Because somebody who's in a relationship like she was, that's going to be one of the first things out of her mouth. And so now this guy has a line to go down. She's not going to keep it to herself. That's why she's looking to connect with people. So the first thing out of her mouth is going to be like, my husband doesn't understand me. My girlfriend doesn't understand me either. And I'm a big-time actor on Stranger Things.
My coworker's trying to make me get married. Send me gift cards.
I need money.
Send me gift cards.
And I can just only imagine,
you want to go on Captain Fun's floating fandango? I'm going to need a $600 gift card.
That's right. From a variety of establishments. Say what, Cody?
I can only imagine after the transaction happened, he's like, oh, you didn't have to do that. Oh my God, you're so sweet. You're my precious angel. You don't understand how much you're helping me.
Yeah.
like you don't understand what you're doing for me. Oh, let's talk later tonight. Not Skype though, because my girlfriend's controlling. But
how do you turn the gift cards into money though?
You don't.
Or you
Or you
just
sell them,
I
or
guess
you
if you're
use
just
them.
using them as if they're like the Visa gift cards.
Yeah. Or
I guess it's not
iTunes gift cards or whatever.
But
like traceable money.
But also, if you're willing to take, it's not your money, so if you're willing to take a little bit of a hit, you can just put them in those machines that give you money for gift cards.
Oh,
what machine?
I've
That's
never
a thing?
seen that.
Oh, yeah. You know how Coinstar, you pour all your nickels in or whatever?
Way.
They have machines, like Giant Eagle and Parma had one. We were out in Independence.
Really?
Yeah, they have machines where if you're willing to take a hit on the gift card, like let's say somebody gets you a gift card to a place you're never going to use it. You can put it in the kiosk. They take 8%, and you get money back.
That's amazing. I've never heard of that.
That sounds like addict behavior.
But it's still,
selling steaks out of your trunk.
But
that you
again,
bought
if
with
it's
some
Wick.
money's better than no money.
And if it's not your money, somebody's just sending it to you.
it's
You
all
put it in the
profit.
machine.
Yeah, you don't
So
care.
there's a bunch of ways you can do it, but those kiosks, I think, have made it a lot easier for people to flip their gift cards.
I've had gift cards that I forgot about, and they've expired. Like you were
They,
talking.
these don't even have to be full gift cards. Let's say you have a $50 gift card. It's got $13 left on it.
No, I get it,
You can
yeah.
put it in a machine. It'll give you a 9.
Yeah.
Dang,
you know?
dude.
Because the Visa gift cards, those do expire. But
Yeah.
the ones that just are for cash, because they'll just take the money.
Yeah, but if somebody paid for a gift card as a gift, why would it ever expire?
They expire. It'll be a couple of years,
Because they
but
want
it
you to.
expires.
Yeah. Because
they want you to use it.
They want you to. Well, they
It's
want
not
you
even a couple
to.
of years. It's 6 months.
They're happy if it expires.
Yeah,
They go,
because they
okay,
get the money.
Yeah.
I just thought a condition of it being cash, essentially,
They screwed me. One of the ones, I think it was your gift, Alan. You got me a gift card for Christmas or something like that, and I tried to use it, and it locked me out. I'm like, why? Why did it lock me out? I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. You have to activate it. I called to activate it, and it was like, okay, your gift card's ready for use. Used it. It was like, oh, it doesn't recognize this PIN. I'm like, yeah, because I never used it before, and it locked me out. So I had to call and wait online or wait on hold for an hour.
Well, I wanted you to work for it. No,
So had I known that there was these little machines,
had I known, I would have tried to make it easier for you.
Get my money.
After a year of private messaging, this person who said he was the guy from Stranger Things asked her to, say it with me, be his girlfriend, even though the two had never met in person.
That's nice.
He said he needed to keep the relationship quiet since he was still in a relationship with his girlfriend who was keeping all his money.
She probably sent him nudes too. That's the one thing. Like, I send him money and I send him nudes.
That's when she broke the news to her ex-husband. Like she said in that clip, you're not letting me be me.
I am obsessed with Stranger Things, but the thing is, when I tallied it all up, it was $10,000-ish. I told my ex-husband, I said, listen, I said, it's not working out. I said, you're not letting me be me. You're not letting me be free. I said, I think you need to leave. So he left. Within 2 months, he was gone.
Yeah. So one of the times, because she's like, I was skeptical, but then he told me things there was only he would know.
How would you know that?
But you don't even know if they're true.
He told her to watch out because he would be in episode 4. And then episode 4 came on. He was in it. And she's like, well, nobody else would know that but him. I mean, these are easy people to kind of laugh at, but it's very sad.
It's very sad.
It's sad, lonely people who get
lonely married
scammed.
lady.
Yeah.
But like, I do something.
That's what
normal,
Mary wants for you, Bill.
I want you to be a lonely married woman.
Giving fake actors your money.
Knew it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like,
I'm the fake actor.
if you're an alcoholic, there's a lot of alcoholics. People can relate to that. If you're a drug addict, there's a lot of drug addicts, ex-drug addicts too. People can relate to that. But getting catfish is a specific type of stupid.
I don't know if it's stupid. It's ignorance.
But they've made there's
It's
a
not
TV
ignorance.
there are
It
TV
is.
shows about being catfish that have been on for a decade now. There's so many people who fall for this
You're
crap.
choosing to be ignorant to the fact that
You're
this.
choosing to believe it.
Right. Well, that's what I mean.
That's
I
not
mean,
ignorant.
either way. But what's the word I'm looking for? It's not stupid.
There's no logic in emotions. And
Yeah.
these people are overrun by their emotions. They're in bad marriages.
You're
There's
willfully ignorant.
there's nobody who's like crazy hot and in a great marriage who's like, I got catfished for $10,000. It's never that. It's always people who are like desperately lonely, even if they're married. You can be with somebody and be lonely.
There's got to be a percentage of someone who actually was who they were. Like in these scenarios, like, yeah, she sent me $10,000. I needed it to get the hell out. Now I'm moving in with her and we're getting married. Like, I want to.
Maybe.
Please let there be like a story.
But
like,
that's not getting catfished. If they're telling you the
understand that.
truth.
But these people need hope. Like, they need a catfish success story. Like, I thought he was, scamming me for my money, but he really. I woke
He
up
really
the
came
next
through.
day.
He paid me back.
Yeah, he's knocking on my door. He had his suitcases. He left his wife, and he's
He
crazy
actually was
hot.
a prince.
Yeah.
So weird. I'm a princess now.
There's got to be I want to see that show. I would watch that show.
Yeah, that show's not gonna. The closest thing you're getting to that show is 90 Day Fiance.
Right.
But they know what they look like though, and they're just marrying for a green card.
Well, that's the thing is, no one's gonna go have all the excuses that somebody has when they're a catfish, if they're real.
Right.
Now there was an episode I remember of 90 Day Fiance where you were absolutely. I was so convinced that he was getting catfished, but the girl was real. She was just on the service that was designed to take money from
The black
dudes
guy
in
with the
America.
blonde chick?
No, it was he was like a computer engineer from Vegas.
Oh.
And he went to Ukraine and met this lady, and like she was just stringing him along because he had to pay to just chat with her.
Yeah.
Just
That's
to
how-
send a message. he had
That's
to
how
send-
you know it's
Yeah.
emotional when a computer engineer is getting scammed.
Yeah.
He's like, I know all the back doors to this kind of thing
Yeah.
and the online scamming tactics. This girl said that the alleged actor, just kept telling her that he needed money because his girlfriend controlled his account, so she would send him $100, $200 via gift cards, payment apps, or crypto.
Oh.
Which is
So
very
they both
popular
lost
now with
money.
scammers. Yeah, there you go. Well, it doesn't even count as real money. So how much is she out really? She said, obviously, I played that clip for you there when she tallied it up. It was about $10,000. She said she would also get money back from him in the forms of gift cards and checks. And then that's the thing where, like, you deposit it and then send the money back to him so that it overdraws in your account, but he's got the money.
Yeah.
So she was convinced. Back in the day, that was the scam. Before the internet, the scam was they go, hey, we want to pay you this money. You got to go to a check cashing place and you got to cash it or deposit it into your account, write us the check, and we'll give you half. But they take all of it, and then your account's overdrawn or something like that.
check bounces.
Yeah, it's a check scam.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't understand. She's being willfully ignorant because isn't there a paper trail with if you get a check, it has a routing number and an account number. Like, you can find out who it is, right?
I don't think they can give you that information.
No. I mean, there are people that can do forensic accounting into things like that, but that requires somebody with a very specific
My checks literally have my
set of
name, my
skills.
address. Like, it literally has everything.
Right,
on
but
it.
if you
like,
go-
I'm catfishing you. Here's my check with my address on
His
it.
check's got it's check number 30, the very beginning of a new
Literally
account.
has everything on all my information. Here's my social security number on my check.
She found out that he was faking when she found out that the guy was making $150,000 for the 19 episodes he appeared in. Again, everybody thinks if you're on TV, you're getting crazy rich. He got $150,000 for 19 episodes, and that he would never need gift cards.
He was in 19 episodes?
Yeah, from 2017 to 2022. Yeah.
I forgot he was on 2 seasons.
Yep.
Or-
And so they figured out that the check was forged with multiple other fakes with the same signature being found on checks around the internet. And of course, she says what everybody else says. I don't want to see other people become victims of a scam like this.
At least she's doing the right thing and coming out about it. Because I would have kept that super private.
I know. I would have.
I'd deal with it in therapy. I wouldn't
Just
tell.
don't tell anybody?
I wouldn't tell
You
my
wouldn't
mom.
tell
I
like
wouldn't-
one close friend?
No.
Hey, look what happened to me.
No, I'd be ashamed that I was a sucker. And I would be like, I got to take this L.
Right, just so you can have one more moment where you go, I told you so.
I told you that you weren't actually going to marry the princess from Europe, Bill.
That's why Mary doesn't apprise any of her friends are getting scammed.
Yeah.
She lets them go through it, and then they go, oh, my God,
say,
I
hey,
told you so.
hey.
I told you that wasn't Kim Kardashian messaging you.
I don't think this is a guy who's in charge of stuff.
I'd be afraid to face my family. Because, like, what excuses am I? They would know my excuse. Like, I'd come to Christmas, and I don't have presents for anyone. I'm like, sorry, guys. It's just, shut up. Sorry, guys. I don't have any presents for you this year. I've just fell on hard times. No, you throw out your money to that bitch. Like,
yeah.
Like, they would have roasted me for life, and I don't think I could deal with that. So I'm just say, oh, it's hard times, you know. Alan, cut my pay. That's so funny.
I can't cut your pay.
Poundcake, don't
That's why
forget,
it's called
though.
minimum wage.
Yeah.
I can't cut it.
We do have to put down a deposit for the Captain Fun's floating fandango. So just send me $150 on Venmo, and I'll put that in for you. You'll get it back when we're done. Okay.
No.
It's just a deposit.
Yeah.
No.
That's for an extra tray of egg rolls.
Oh, God, the food's so good there. I'm bringing
Yeah,
my little
food's
baggie.
going to be great. Yep. And there's going to be crudité, too, so bring in a baggie.
You always got to bring a baggie.
Baggie.
And my mom's coming, too. So
You're going to scoop food into it and walk off
Yeah.
like a homeless
There's going to be
person.
people
It's
that didn't get any food
it's
yet.
our
And
event.
Poundcake's going to have a grocery
Oh,
bag
my
of
God. He's
little egg rolls.
Can't take him anywhere. Oh, God. Hey, aren't you Poundcake? Yeah, he's like got his arms scooping food into a Ziploc.
1 second. I need to
Oh,
find
He's picking half-eaten meatballs off people's plates.
yeah.
Let me clear that for you.
Walking around with toothpicks. Boink, boink, boink. Hey, listen, everybody, everybody deals with loss in a different way. We were talking yesterday about how Britney Spears is getting another divorce, and she is dealing with her divorce by buying a horse.
Good for her.
She's got. That's how she's going to.
I don't like this at all.
That's how she's going to deal with the loss. She posted on Instagram that she's going to buy a horse, a new addition for her stable. She doesn't have a stable of men anymore. She'll have a stable of horses. So many options, it's kind of hard, she said. I met a horse named Sophie and another one named Roar. Where would there be a horse named Roar? R-O-A-R.
That's the noise they make, Bill. Or Bill. So you see yelling at Bill.
So, yeah, posted a photo of her on a horse, and she's going to buy another one. So I guess, listen, a little retail therapy never hurt anybody, and that's going to be her. You guys are too young to remember Mr. Ed. I mean, I technically am too. I mean,
I know of it.
Yeah, the horse was dead by the time I was even born. But I mean, that show was in reruns for a long, long time. And the horse that played Mr. Ed was named Bamboo Harvester. And it was a gelding. And they had, and there had been multiple horses that they had chosen to play Mr. Ed. There was one named Pumpkin. But Bamboo Harvester was a pretty old horse, lived like 22 years. But then it, as is the case with human actors, once the cameras and the bright lights are off, you don't know who you are anymore. And so once Mr. Ed got canceled, a bamboo harvester started to get sick. And 2 years after the show ended, they ended up euthanizing him in 1970. But Bamboo Harvester was easily one of the most famous horses ever to grace television screens. Hey, Stan.
Hey.
What's up?
I heard you talking about people getting scammed, and my mom got scammed big time. I've called a few times.
For you.
Yeah?
I've called a few times in the past with what I tried to be, and sometimes successfully, were funny phone calls, but this is not.
Not so far.
No. At the beginning of about 20 years ago, my mom was at the beginning of frontal lobe dementia, which is somewhat similar to Alzheimer's.
Yep.
And she started getting these phone calls about sweepstakes. And the guys would tell her, different guys would call and tell her that she had won, whatever, $5 million in Australian sweepstakes or whatever sweepstakes. And all she had to do was pay the taxes on it. And the money would be released to her. And she was wiring money, at 30 to 40, 50,000 at a time overseas or to the Caribbean. And we don't know exactly how much she lost. She had spent most of her life not really poor, but definitely not rich. But she had won a medical lawsuit and had somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 million.
Wow.
But she sent away at least 500,000.
Oh.
Wow. And part of you is pissed because that money would have gone to you guys.
That's what I was just going to get to. I've got 3 siblings, and that's selfish, but yeah, you do think of that. And
well, because you're going to use it for much better things.
Yeah,
like
better to
buying,
go to you than some stranger who's right.
You buy Mary Santora foot picks, like you would use it on good things, not
Santora
wasting it.
Right. No, listen, I remember my mom calling me. This was years ago. My mom called me and goes, "Hey, are you and Gwen in Mexico?" Because we went to Mexico at the time, like maybe once or twice a year. And I go, no. And she goes, okay, well, somebody just called your grandma and said it was you and they needed money because you were stuck in Mexico. And she knew that we had gone, so it wasn't. And she said, it sounded like you. Did you call your I go, no, that was not me. Tell her not to do anything. So, she ducked a bullet because she called my mom. And then my mom called me. But holy Christ, Stan, $500,000.
AI is going to get scary with that stuff.
I've heard about that kind of scam, but, shortly after we got this stopped and got her finances frozen, there was 2020 just happened to do a story on this same kind of scam, and apparently it's not uncommon. And they prey on the old, like you said, who are alone and just want somebody to talk to on the phone. And she was, like I said, she was in the beginnings of dementia, which we didn't realize at the time.
Right. And that's another extenuating circumstance. I mean, she could barely be blamed for that,
And you go to the FBI or whatever, we contacted the FBI and whatever other, attorney general, whatever else we could. And they said, you wire it overseas, there's nothing they can do.
Right. It's out of their jurisdiction.
That's crazy.
Okay. Thank you, Stan. I'm glad that they stopped the spigot at some point. I'm going to break here. I'm going to have those air show passes for you. Labor Day weekend is coming up, and so the Cleveland Air Show out there at Berkeley for an airport. So if you want to get to that, we'll do that after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to win your way to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000.
You'll be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Foo Fighters, Fall Out Boy,
Kelly Clarkson,
Kane Brown, Lil Wayne, Lil Durk, Miguel, Public Enemy,
Sheryl Crow,
Travis Scott, Tim McGraw,
Raw
TLC.
30 Seconds to Mars never-before-seen collaboration.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival. September 22nd and 23rd. T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now, starting at just $55 plus taxes and fees at AXS.com.
Keep listening, because the next chance to win your way there and $1,000 spending cash is coming up.
It's about time. Time for a Wendy's Frosty. And on Frosty time, there's no room for email time or pointless meeting time or dishes time or errands time. Just time for taking time with a rich, creamy Frosty. So choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
We're going to have showers and thunderstorms this evening, down to about 60. Then after that, nothing but sunshine through the weekend. Friday's high, low 70s. Saturday, upper 70s. Sunday, upper 80s.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
In celebration of Conrad's 38th store opening in Canton, get up to $375 back when you buy a set of 4 eligible Goodyear tires when using your Conrad's Goodyear credit card. Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Hey, it's Alan for Metro by T-Mobile. You know, the world is full of yada, yada, this and that, contracts and price hikes and hidden fees and surprise charges on just about everything. Well, Metro cuts out all the yada, yada, at least out of your wireless service, so you can focus on cutting the other yada, yada out of your life. So what does that mean? Metro by T-Mobile provides prepaid phone plans that are simple. At Metro, there's no contracts, there's no price hikes, there's no credit checks when you join, and Metro's powered by the T-Mobile network, which is the nation's largest 5G network. So everybody gets more without all of the yada yada, which is all great news for you because features and offerings are what make Metro great. So when you join, there's no surprises at all. No price hikes, no contracts. And Metro by T-Mobile is completely transparent about it. When they say there's no price hikes when you join, they mean your price will never increase for talk or text or data plans. Only exclusions are for limited time promos, per use charges, and third-party services. There's over 6,000 Metro stores nationwide. Stop in to one of them to get more info or go to metrobytmobile.com.
We're here with Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, the savings are growing.
That's right, Bill. During the Make This the Summer sales event, select a new Jeep and save.
Rich, how about an example?
New 2023 Grand Cherokee, $6,000 off MSRP.
Wow. And congratulations, too, on Claiborne's 50th anniversary.
Bill, it's all about the people. Claiborne team members who care and loyal customers who put their trust in Claiborne.
Experience the difference at the Claiborne Auto Stores.
Quan coming on, dives! He made the catch! And that's why Quan is a Gold Glover.
Cheer on Stephen Kwan and the Guardians when they face Mookie Betts and the Dodgers August 22nd through the 24th. Get your tickets at CLEGuardians.com.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
Kia Bedford's got what you need. Make no payment for 90 days on your new Kia purchase and get fast and easy online credit approval. Go now. KiaBedford.com. Deferred payment applies to remainder financing.
Attention home buyers, Chase has a great offer for you. If you're a Chase banking customer, we'll carefully review your active mortgage offer. If we can't match it or do better, you'll receive $200 if you qualify. Compare your mortgage options today. Visit chase.com/mortgage offer for more information. Eligibility rules apply for $200 offer, valid for select Chase personal deposit clients until 9/30/23. Application required. Rates, program terms, and conditions are subject to change without notice. Home lending products provided by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A., member FDIC, equal housing opportunity.
After back-to-back international sold-out tours, The Offspring return live in concert. Let the Bad Times Roll tour. With special guests, Simple Plan and Sum 41. Blossom Music Center, August 22nd. Get tickets now at LiveNation.com. The Offspring with Simple Plan and Sum 41. Live in Cleveland. Part of the Minutemen Concert Series.
Well, if you're gearing up for summer travels, maybe thinking of beaches and the open road, time to ditch the extra baggage. It's Alan Cox to talk to you about Cars for Kids. Did you know donating your old car to them can take just a couple of minutes? You can either donate online at carsforkids.org with a K and the number 4, or call 1-877-CARS-4-KIDS. Whatever condition your ride is in, they're happy to help. You'll get fast, free towing, and a tax-deductible receipt, and a free hotel stay. Donate now, carsforkids.org. Remember, cars with a K.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack.
You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
conversations about women's health. From personal to weird and humiliating, it's all fun.
Hear these podcasts and more on your free iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give that stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, we go to the Cleveland Air Show. It's back for Labor Day weekend. The Cleveland National Air Show, presented by Discount Drug Mart, September 2nd through the 4th, out at Burke Lakefront Airport. Tickets are only available in advance. You can't walk up to the gate and buy them. So whether you, if you don't win it from me, you can go to clevelandairshow.com. It's got all the info. You can buy your tickets right there. I will give you 4 for the Cleveland National Air Show. You and 3 pals. Good luck. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
When the world just seems too crazy.
Gaze into the eyes of a child, because you'll probably find a booger. And man, is that a hoot. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
More tickets for you tomorrow and next week, right up to the 11th hour, to join us on the return of the Alan Cox Show cruise. It is next Saturday afternoon on the brand new Lady Caroline with MMS and Bud Light. So last pair of the week, tomorrow around 3:50. But then I will have them for you all next week as well to win. And there's still some for you to win at WMMS.com. So if you haven't gotten your way on board yet, don't sweat it. You still got some time. Also next week, we just ran in the ad for it, actually. Nick Offerman is coming to Playhouse Square end of next month. I'll have tickets for you to see him if you're a fan. And then a handful of shows coming through. I'll get you into Dragon Force. Dirty Honey is coming to do the House of Blues. And Shinedown is going to be out at Blossom with Papa Roach and Spirit Box. That is a show where I would leave after the openers. Spirit Box is nothing short of phenomenal. Papa Roach,
great line,
remains an underrated band. Shinedown's good. I'd probably stay for a couple of Shinedown songs. But make no mistake, I would not remain for the entire Shinedown set. I just don't know enough of their songs. But Shinedown's and Papa Roach, fantastic. I'll have a trip to Vegas for you here in a couple of minutes. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival is next month. It's the 22nd and 23rd out at the T-Mobile Arena. And so we still have a handful of trips to give away. You and a friend, fly you out, put you up. Put you at the event, obviously, to see Foo Fighters and Public Enemy and 30 Seconds to Mars, Lenny Kravitz. And I think we give you $1,000 too. That's in there.
Pretty good deal.
Are you familiar with?
Probably not.
He's a comic.
Maybe.
And he really blew up. Kyle Gordon.
No.
I've never heard.
Have you seen Planet of the Bass?
No.
So he blows up because he does a parody of 90s dance music. You know, like when all of the like Swedish and Dutch people were doing electronica in the 90s. He calls himself DJ Crazy Times. And so there's a lot of people, because he's kind of subtle about it, there's a lot of people that don't realize that it's tongue-in-cheek. So he's got like the Matrix shades on and the baggy zipper pants, and it's him and another girl. And he's gotten 100 million views on the song. It's kind of a banger. So a lot of people don't know that he's a comedian.
Put your hands up in the air. All of the dream. Come on, come on. How does it mean when the rhythm is glad? There is nothing to be sad.
I mean, when the rhythm is glad, there is nothing to be sad.
Okay,
so
I
that's
do know
helpful.
this guy.
Yeah.
He did a bit where he was jumping around in the park and pretended to be a street tough in the 50s, and like he's like, let's go comb my hair, and then sit in the park, and you know, it's real silly, but it's very like Sharks versus Jets version of
Sure, like
Street
West Side
Tough.
Story.
Yeah.
Well, he blew up with this, boy.
Yeah.
So
Gangs in the 1950s. It's a funny one.
So Planet of the Bass is him and a woman named Miss Bianca Electronica. Love it. Love that stuff. Bring that back. So he is a newly minted pop star. right? Who are the other comics that became pop stars? Following the footsteps of Eddie Murphy. His girl wanted to party all the time.
Connor for Real.
Never Stop, Never Stopping. Weird Al Yankovic, Bo Burnham, right?
Yep.
And now Kyle Gordon. Let me give you this trip to Vegas here. As promised, our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Maybe Kyle Gordon will be an 11th hour addition to it at the T-Mobile Arena out there next month. Listen closely and good luck.
Now, your chance at a trip to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword Vegas to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's Vegas to 200-200.
The war was lost, the treaty signed. I was not caught across the line. I was not caught, though many tried. I live among you, well disguised. I had to leave.
They used this for the second season of True Detective. I think that was the Vince Vaughn season. Colin Farrell. It's Leonard Cohen. The song is called Nevermind. He died a few years ago. I went down a Leonard Cohen rabbit hole this morning. Big Leonard Cohen fan. He got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame about 15 years ago.
Tell you what, I don't mind this, but I'm not playing it by the pool.
You're not going to play any Leonard Cohen by the pool when the ladies come?
Kind of creepy.
Interspersed in between.
Not.
Well, he was a poet before he started. He's Canadian. He's from Montreal, and he was a poet in the 50s and 60s before he came to the United States. It was like, well, this poetry thing is not really working out for me. He came to the States and kind of reminted himself as a troubadour, a singer-songwriter. And
a talk singer.
Kind of, yeah. Poetry to music, essentially, is what he was trying to do. But he got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame by Lou Reed, who, of course, would get inducted posthumously. Yeah, we were there, right, when Lou Reed got in?
I was not.
2015.
You were.
Yeah,
though I've only been to one. And it was
you have. Okay,
the one at the Romo Fijo.
But yeah, love Leonard Cohen. I saw him at the Park West in Chicago in 1993. Only time I ever saw him. Anyway, I mention this because there was a guy who was playing the Leonard Cohen song that I think most people know is Hallelujah. That's like the big Leonard Cohen song is Hallelujah.
That one.
Are you being cheeky?
No, I know that
Oh,
one.
okay. Yeah. Well, because it's been covered a billion
plays it,
times.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Patrick's son played it at the Fall Out Boy concert.
There you go.
Yeah.
Elliott Smith had a hit with it, and
Pentatonics covered it.
Did they?
Yeah, I know.
It's one of the most covered songs of all time.
Right. Are they going to do it tonight?
Probably.
You think Pentatonics will do it at Blossom?
Is it going to happen
in the rain?
tonight?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't
It's
matter.
going to be a rainy time.
You're not going?
No.
Why?
Because it's raining.
So wait, what happened?
I asked my mom, does she still want to go? And she
Exclusive news update.
Now, did you say, do you still want to go, or did you say you don't still want to go, do you?
No, I called her and I was like, hey, are you aware of like the weather tonight? She's like, yeah, I am. And she was like all disappointed about it. She's like, I've been watching it, believe me, because I've never been there before and blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, we can still go if you want to. I was like, this is your Mother's Day gift. And she's like, well, she's like, if you don't think it would be worth it, I don't want to go. She's like, I just don't want you to eat the tickets. And I'm pretty much going to have to because it's Groupons. I already got them cheap. So.
Oh, right.
So, yeah, I'm going to eat.
You don't have a lot of recourse with Groupon.
Yeah. So I was like, Mom, it's whatever. I'll eat the tickets. But I don't think it would be worth it. I don't think she would enjoy it being in the rain and thunderstorm.
Now,
in the mud.
This is my question, though. At Blossom, do they cancel it for the rain, or do they just say, sorry about your luck?
Rain or shine? I mean,
Sorry
it's
about
rain or
your-
shine. If there's thunderstorms and like lightning and stuff, then they will postpone. But
there's thunderstorm and lightning planned exactly for like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Like.
This is the original?
No.
Oh.
No, this is the Pentatonics version. I laughed at it, and my mom made me feel bad because I was laughing at the gay guy because his hair looks like Eclipse. Like his hat.
Now I've heard there was a secret chord that David played, and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music.
Leonard Cohen.
Do you?
I don't like it.
That's why it's not pool music.
And by the way, it's not as old as I thought it was. I thought Hallelujah was really old. He put this on one of his albums in the 80s.
Wait, this is the original?
Leonard Cohen wrote it, yeah.
That's this one.
Yes.
I've never heard this version.
No wonder people covered it because it wasn't good enough.
Oh, this is bad. I know it's the original, but...
John Cale did it. Jeff Buckley. I think Jeff Buckley is the one who really had a big hit with it, but Leonard Cohen wrote it. The John Cale one was the one that was in Shrek.
That's probably the one that made it blow up then.
You don't know the one from Watchmen? That's the original.
I thought this was the original.
Yeah, the original's in Watchmen.
In Watchmen, yeah.
Well, they're having sex.
Ew.
John Cale is the guy who originally wrote Cocaine, and then Eric Clapton blew that up.
Lettuce.
You probably know the Jeff Buckley one.
Is that this?
No, this is Jeff Buckley.
Already don't like it.
Well, he's dead too. So.
What was the Shrek one?
That's this one.
No, John Cale was the Shrek.
Oh, my God.
It's all the same song. Anyway, I mentioned
when
Leonard.
Patrick Stump sang it, I got chills. It was very, very good. I
It's
have
a
a video
great
on my
song.
phone if
Yeah,
you'd
it's a
like
great
me to
song.
play that.
Nah.
Come on. You can hear me singing over it.
Well, when you say it like that.
That change your mind?
Let's hear it.
Are you being serious?
Just so we can say I told you
I mean,
so.
I can. Oh, is this an I told you so moment?
No, it's not.
I can find it.
This is an I told you stop moment.
I can find it because it was very good. But if you don't actually want to hear it,
I thought you had it at the ready, and that's why you were asking.
Well, no. I mean, I will get to it.
Yeah, I don't.
But everyone's like, "Don't play it. Actually, play it."
Mm-hmm.
I have it right here.
Guardians game was just postponed.
There you go. Maybe I'll play this, close the show out tonight for Mary. Little Hives.
No need to be too late because I'm gonna hate to say I told you so. Alright.
She loves saying I told you so. And anyway, I went down the Leonard Cohen rabbit hole because of this guy who's just busking in the New York City subway, and you are, if you live in a major city, surrounded by the mentally ill at every turn, especially if you're in public. And this woman just walks up and starts berating him for singing Leonard Cohen, throwing all kinds of things.
I saw
at-
this.
Do you see this?
Yeah.
He's like, okay, thank you.
Well, he's
okay,
like not
thank
even
you.
the busker, isn't he? The guy that's there's another busker there, and then he just knows the song, so he sings a little bit. I think.
I thought this was the guy that was playing it.
Maybe somebody else had a situation like this where somebody, but yeah, mentally.
You're being taken down by Hell's Angels.
Please leave me alone. I'm just trying to work right now.
You have no right.
To sing a Leonard Cohen song.
You stole Leonard Cohen's song.
I'm busking this.
You have no right.
Okay, bye. Please leave me
You
alone.
have no right to sing Leonard Cohen's song.
If you don't leave me alone, I'm going to call the police.
Call the police.
A what?
I am an Israelite.
Okay, good for you.
You're singing a song of an Israelite high priest.
Mm-hmm.
That is illegal.
No, it's not. It's illegal to harass people in the subway.
I am not harassing you.
This is
I'm telling you the
harassment.
truth.
You have 5 seconds to leave before I call the
I
police.
have a house in Gramercy Park, and I'm protected by the Russian authorities.
Oh, wow.
I will call the police on you.
All right, let me-
You are a dirtbag.
Okay, go ahead and call the
And you
police.
have no right to sing the song of Leonard Cohen, a high priest.
Okay, thank you. You've made your point. Have a good day.
And you have no right to tell me what I did. You're a criminal.
Sorry, I'm calling the police.
Yeah, it's fun.
She talk like that.
Fun. Because she's mentally ill. She's just standing there. She's like in this long coat, just stone-faced, just talking to this guy. He's like, I'm just...
She's protected by
lady,
the Russian...
Come on, the Russian authorities.
Yeah.
He's so like monotone. He's
Because
just like,
you can't engage with it. If you
leave me
escalate
alone.
it, they will.
nope, leave me alone, crazy lady.
Well, good luck with that. I've got to take a break. You want to send a text 35192. You can watch live if you like at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Get ready to win your way to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000.
You'll be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Foo Fighters, Fall Out Boy,
Kelly Clarkson,
Kane Brown, Lil Wayne, Lil Durk, Miguel, Public Enemy.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Three 35192. Want to send me a text? Tonight's Guardians game postponed. They will do a doubleheader tomorrow afternoon. So if you got tickets for tonight, you can make it tomorrow. Hang on to them. The gates are at 3. First pitch will be 4:10. So we will join tomorrow. Hopefully, first pitch of that second game here on MMS. But obviously, the
We should
weather
just play both games.
didn't hold out. What's that?
We should just play both games on WMMS.
Both games. Against the Detroit Tigers. So it was a 4-game series. They'll play 2 of them tomorrow. And then on Saturday and Sunday, they'll play them. Then the Guardians hang out to host the LA Dodgers. Before the end of next week, they'll head to Toronto to play the Blue Jays. So all of that on your FM home for Cleveland Guardians Baseball, 100.7 WMMS and the iHeartRadio app. Hey, Woody.
Alan.
Yes, sir.
How's your day, brother?
So far, so good.
Hello, Bill. Hello, Mary.
Hi.
You guys were just playing that Alan or Leonard Cohen song, Leonard Cohen song, Hallelujah, which is it's such a brilliant song, you know. And I've been working on it a little bit, but what grinds my gears is, you know, every once in a while I'll try to pull it up on YouTube, and there's like some holy rollers that are playing the song and changing the words simply because it has the word hallelujah in it. And if you listen to the song, it's a brutal ass song about love found and lost, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's it's pretty graphic.
but people's songs are used for any variety of people's. Other people use songs for their own stuff all the time.
Yeah, but I don't think that song was written, in the context of what.
Well, then don't listen to those versions.
Well, listen, he famously
Clicking
he wrote like 200 drafts of that song before he came upon one that he really liked, and everybody who's covered it, they've changed a couple of the words here and there, and Rufus Wainwright did it, and Alison Krauss did it, and Jeff Buckley, and everybody kind of takes their own little thing with it, but.
Yeah, the Jeff Buckley song, the Jeff Buckley version, I think is probably the best version that I like the most. But even Bon Jovi covered it, I think.
Yeah, you might be right. About 10 years ago, Leonard Cohen's been dead now for a few years, but about 10 years ago, he had to go back on tour because his manager had stolen a whole bunch of his money. So that kind of sucks. He's an old man by then, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't really want to do this," but in the process of him going back out on the road and kind of getting a bit of a new fan base, I think he ended up having a really good time. But I mean, he did Hallelujah when he was 50 in the mid 80s.
Yeah, that's bananas.
But that's probably where he made he wasn't a rich man, but that's probably where he made the bulk of his money on that too. So
yeah, that song is just brilliant and just tears at the heartstrings. If you look at it the way I think he intentionally, delivered it after all his versions, but it just pisses me off that people, because they hear the word hallelujah and want to throw some harmonies in it and make it all Christian-y.
Well, I mean, I think that I think the word itself, they're not running too far afield, Woody, to take the word hallelujah and you don't really make it Christian.
Was it called blasphemy or like? You know what I mean?
I mean, it is a word that is usually associated with it's a Hebrew word, right? It's associated with
absolutely
a higher power. How was your birthday, Woody?
I had a birthday. I can't remember it. It was pretty good, I think. But yeah, the big 55, I think treated me well. I had a good time. We had some dinner and had some drinks, and I think everything went swimmingly.
55, he says. I like that. The big 55 for Woody. 55 for Woodrow. Right. Okay, thank you, Woody. Thank you for checking in, buddy.
Get the rat's nest off your head. Get that crazy ass mullet off your skull. Take your ass to the barber shop. Tell the barber that you're sick of looking like an asshole. Cut the mullet. Cut the mullet. Cut the
You want to talk about amazing songwriters who have passed on, of course, the late, great Wesley Willis and his song Cut the Mullet. Unless you're a kid and you can get $5,000. We do have bureau chiefs in Pottstown, Pennsylvania. We've got Dale. We've got Marty. This is outside Philadelphia. And a Philadelphia kid got $5,000. He won the American Mullet Challenge. And he couldn't be more pleased at this. $5,000, I don't know if it goes to him or if it goes to his family, but he had a lot of competition in these United States.
What did you do when you heard that you won?
I wrecked, my chair fell down.
He wrecked the kitchen. His chair fell down, and we had to pick him up off the ground.
This kid's hairdo is amazing. Look at this mullet on this kid. I'm going to start growing my hair like that. Because nobody around here's got hair like that. Members only Dave, he got rid of the mullet, right?
That's a good one. He got rid of it, yeah.
But yeah,
So he was pretty excited, Aaron. So tell me a little bit about this. I mean, you were surprised as well. Were you surprised that he won, or tell me about just how the competition progressed for you guys?
Yeah, so honestly, we were really surprised that he won, and we knew, we were trying so hard to rally kind of at the last minute, and when he had dropped into second place, and so we really, really relied on the community and
relied on the community. What are you talking about? The mom's kind of cute, actually. I was kind of hoping for like a thick Philly accent, but Rory Ehrlich is 6 years old. And he gets $5,000. And he was initially in second place.
He doesn't get $5,000.
I'm sorry?
He doesn't get $5,000.
He does.
He doesn't have a bank account.
He gets $5,000. You know what I bet they'll do? I bet they'll open a bank account for him.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Maybe even a college fund. Who knows?
I wish I would win
But
something
what
like
is it about? I lived in Pennsylvania for many years, and I don't recall seeing that many mullets. But every time they do a mullet competition, like top 3 out of the top 5 are always from, Boo-Foo, Pennsylvania. This is suburban Philly, of course, but he was one of 3 finalists. One of the other kids was from the Sticks in Pennsylvania. And then the third kid was from Kaneohe, Hawaii. And this kid ends up being the mullet champ. And they said, he's sitting there in his Eagles jersey, and they go, what are you going to do with your money? And he says, I'm going to buy my sister an alpaca. Which sounds like he has an older sister who's been threatening that he needs to buy her an alpaca.
I'm going to cut it off.
Yeah, like bruising his arm, If you win that money.
That's the thing. If I ever won anything like that at that age, that will be my mom's money. She'll be like, oh, okay, I'm going to put this away for
Well, yes, because he's 6. I mean, you're a minor. And now what will you do with the $5,000 that comes with the Best Sports Talker Award over at Cleveland Scene?
Oh, my God. It's my down payment on my Chick-fil-A.
I'm sorry?
It'll be my down payment on my Chick-fil-A.
Down payment on Chick-fil-A? Oh,
No,
your location.
franchise.
Yeah, your
Restaurant.
franchise. Right. What is it? Chick-fil-A is a very popular franchise. I wonder what it costs. Do you know? Have you looked that up?
It's like I think it's like $80,000 for the name. But they're very selective on who they pick.
It requires a relatively modest $10,000 financial commitment. That's not much at all. They must really want to paint the country with Chick-fil-A's. Because a lot of these, if you want to open a McDonald's, it's like $500,000 just to get going.
I thought it was.
But Chick-fil-A is very popular.
Yeah, but they don't allow a lot of franchises to be owned, not by the.
Well, you know what? I think what it is too is that Chick-fil-A is probably smart like McDonald's. Once McDonald's, the way that Ray Kroc blew up, I watched that movie, The Founder, with Michael Keaton, and I kind of knew the broad strokes, but they really get to it in that movie. Is that a guy comes to Ray Kroc and he goes, you guys are not in the hamburger business. You are in the real estate business. And that's where you're going to make your money. So there are a lot of other places where you would you'd buy the land, build the franchise, and then that was it. McDonald's owns the land. They just lease the franchise to people. And I think that's what Chick-fil-A does. So, like, the money is in the land because they're not making any more of it, like the old saying goes. So they buy the real estate, they buy everything else, and then they lease it to you. Whereas some other franchises, you have to put up a ton of money because it's all yours. So $10,000, Poundcake. That is a doable amount of money for you. You could do you imagine a few years down the road if Poundcake was literally a guy who owned a ton of Chick-fil-A franchises?
You got $5,000 right now?
I don't like to talk about my finances, but I got several months in rent. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to remind you about that
Down
deposit.
payment. Oh, yeah, deposit. Not down payment.
Deposit for the Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. So whatever you want to send that over to me, I appreciate it.
I thought you said that was $150.
It went
more.
Wow, inflation is really out of control. Just since the last break, it went from $150 to $5,000?
Yeah.
That is bananas.
But you'll get it back after
Investing.
the boat. Yeah, plus $100. So it's,
do you make really good chicken sandwiches?
Wait, you give it back to him after the boat. So you're just holding the money for him?
well, it's a deposit that I'm going to give to the boat, and then they give it back to us as long as we don't destroy anything.
I see.
Something will be destroyed.
You, if you don't beam that $5,000.
No, it's going to my Chick-fil-A bill. You don't want to see me thrive. You don't want to support my dreams.
We do want to support you. He's going to be your co-conspirator there.
Financial advisor.
I just want to be on the front of like a newspaper with my arms crossed like this in front of like a Chick-fil-A. And it's like Cody Poundcake Brown, owner of 3 franchises, Chick-fil-A's. 3 franchises.
You know what, though? I bet Chick-fil-A has all kinds of rules about who
They do. That's why I said that's why their name is so cheap. Because I thought it was $80,000. I knew it was under $100,000. But I don't know if they can discriminate, but it's like
discrimination is illegal.
I know,
but there are a lot of ways to get around that.
That's what I'm saying. They're like, oh, are you of a person of faith? or I don't know.
I have faith I make money on chicken sandwiches.
They like a nice moral character for the people that own their.
So not a Taco Bell franchise for you, because I thought that was in the running.
I thought that was always the goal.
No, I want a Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A.
Okay.
All right, well, give me that $5,000, and then
He'll
when you get
turn
that
it
other
into 10.
$5,000, we'll get you that Chick-fil-A.
People are telling me there was a kid out in Amherst who was one of the finalists for that Kid Mullet thing. Well, once you go up against Pennsylvania, boy, they really get in there.
It's funny, Mary said that sounds like addict behavior. Only time I ever used any gift card machine, any cell phone machine, was when I was addicted to cocaine. Man, those times sucked. Worse than the show. Actually, that's impossible.
Oh, and I was addicted to cocaine.
Yeah, dude.
It's a hell of a drug, isn't it?
Trading in gift cards, you're trying to sell groceries and stuff. We're like, man, I just got to go get my fix.
You got
Pawning your
old
life's
VCR
work.
lying around.
Anything.
Well, now they're making it easy for you,
I guess.
You can steal gift cards and then just put them in the kiosks.
Yeah.
Put them into machines. Man.
Gotta get them activated, though.
What's that?
Gotta get them activated.
Well, don't you just call to do that?
Yeah.
Either go online or call.
But if you
Well,
already
no,
sold
but
your
you
cell
have to.
phone-
They have to activate it at the store.
No, they don't.
The gift cards?
Visa ones, you just call. You call a number, type in the number on the gift card.
I think some you do, they scan them to buy them, but I don't think you have to activate them.
Constantly stealing
He means steal them from a person,
Oh,
like in the
okay.
scans.
Yeah.
He doesn't mean go steal them off the shelf.
Right.
No, I meant either way.
Well, stealing them off the shelf doesn't do anything because there's no money on it.
Yeah, you have to activate.
Oh, I see
You
what
have
you
to
mean.
pay to put
yeah,
money
yeah,
on
you got to
it,
put a
yeah.
balance on. Yeah. Okay.
Poundcake, $5,000.
No.
You'll have a Chick-fil-A in no time, baby.
I can do it myself. I'll get a lawyer.
You can't, or else you would have.
Well, I got priorities right now.
There's a reason.
I need
the
an
rain
extra
came and
$5,000.
canceled your show, and so you give me $5,000.
It was
You're
fake.
the one always talking about signs from God.
Yeah.
The storm rained out your pentatonics. This thing was an albatross around your neck up until 45 minutes ago. Here's the thing, though. Even though you're screwed with Groupon, don't you still have to make it right with your mom? This was a guilt show.
I'm taking her on the boat. That's good enough.
Well, then why not just do that instead of going the Pentatonics route?
What if
I didn't know
you
the boat
could
was
tell
a
her that
thing
you
then.
owned a Chick-fil-A? Tell you what we'll do. We're going to get a bunch of Walmart chickens.
Okay, now you're speaking my language. Go ahead.
But I need
We're
that
gonna
$5,000 first.
Those have gone up in price, too. We're going to invite a bunch of Chick-fil-A franchisees, and we're going to sit them down, and they're going to give you a little presentation on the boat. You won't be able to have any fun because it will be a business meeting. But that'll be a great way to collect everybody in one place.
Also, your dues are... It's time to pay those for your dues for the Poundcake podcast. You think you get to make this thing for free? Come on.
And they go directly to Bill.
I'll pay. I'm the one that's in charge of that since Ray got fired. So now I'm in charge of the podcast stuff. So just send that $5,000 over. I'm gonna get this
Podcast
$5,000
dues.
somehow.
Wow.
I wonder what I could say that would actually make him.
He's nothing. No one's
Nothing.
giving you any money.
Coming from someone who's poor, you have to pry it out of me. The bills that I have to pay, I'm like, can I be late on it? How much is the late fee? Because if I get a couple more days, I get a couple more money that I don't have,
A couple more money.
Yeah, but a late
This
fee
is why
will
you should
cost you
be-
more money.
But I'm saying,
Come on, just let
the
me
bills that I
tune
don't have a
you.
late fee for, I'm gonna be late on them.
Bill, he needs a couple more money.
He needs a couple more money.
Listen.
This is why Alan and I should be in charge of your money. Like the Tuies.
We're going to
with
put you in a
Michael Orr.
conservatorship.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, good luck.
Movie's going to be called The Pound Side.
No, when I own my Chick-fil-A, it's gonna be Cody Chick-fil-A Brown.
You got
You're going to
$5,000
change
in
your name like
bank account?
those
Don't
people.
you lie to me.
Those people that are trying to get free Subway, changing their name. You're going to change your name to Chick-fil-A?
Cody Chick-fil-A Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
We're going to have the first Chick-fil-A that's open on Sunday.
Cody
No, you probably can't do that.
We're going to do it. We're going
It's
to
probably
change
in
the
the
rule.
rules.
We're gonna
Rules were
change the
made to be
rules.
broken.
I feel like Erica said that she had a Chick-fil-A that was open on Sundays, and it was in her college.
It was probably
Oh,
yeah,
that
like
might
a
be
college
different.
or an airport. I
Yeah,
think.
if it's in. I've been to ones in
Nope.
airports that are closed on Sundays.
Airport
Oh,
ones
are
are
they
closed on
really?
Sundays because
Yeah.
they also talked about the one that's in the Atlanta Stadium that's closed on Sunday.
Why would
Wow.
he even be there then?
That's so pointless. For concerts, maybe.
Oh,
That is
for
concerts
concerts and
and-
there's college
okay.
games and stuff
Oh,
there.
Thursday
but
night
still
football.
ridiculous to have a Chick-fil-A that isn't open for most of the games.
That's crazy.
I guess you got to hand it to them. I mean, everybody's willing to bend the rules when it comes to money. If they're like, nope, not even on game day are we going to open it up. I mean, that's whatever you think of
They're
it.
steadfast, but
Yeah, they are.
But once Poundcake gives me that $5,000 and we get this rolling, we're gonna have the first one that's open on Sunday, and we're gonna make.
Where's it
we're
going to
gonna
go?
make it's gonna be in East Cleveland.
Ooh. Right here
Grand
on
opening,
89th.
grand closing.
99th and
great business.
99th and St. Clair.
Bone Thugs Way.
Yep.
You think Taylor Swift builds up an economy? Put a Chick-fil-A in East Cleveland. See how fast those roads get fixed.
Turns around everything.
You saw she turned down the Super Bowl, right?
Because she doesn't own her songs yet. I know. She's waiting until she re-records all her albums, and then she'll do the halftime show.
No, I think she wants them to pay her, is what I think. It'd be very expensive to do that. And she could do it. I mean, the artists are always responsible for the production costs. But I don't think it has anything to do with the songs. Because she's got enough of them re-recorded, and you're only up there for like 8 minutes, right?
She's re-recording the ones that Scooter Braun bought.
Yes. But she's doing that really quickly.
Yeah, but they're not gonna be done by.
Not by November.
Super Bowl.
February next year.
There it is.
Well, there you go. All she wants is a couple more money
I need a couple more money.
to perform at the Super Bowl. I've got a break. You want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text 35192, and we'll be back after these.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to win your way to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000.
You'll be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Foo Fighters, Fall Out Boy,
Kelly Clarkson,
Kane Brown, Lil Wayne, Lil Durk, Miguel, Public Enemy,
Sheryl Crow,
Travis Scott, Tim McGraw,
TLC,
30 Seconds to Mars,
Never before seen collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
the iHeartRadio Music Festival.
September 22nd and 23rd.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now, starting at just $55 plus taxes and fees at AXS.com.
Keep listening because the next chance to win your way there and $1,000 spending cash is coming up.
Having the time of your life is more rewarding than ever when you visit any MGM Rewards destination.